I don't know this off the top of my head. I've just done some research this afternoon.
Hello, a very good evening, and it is a very good evening here from Riyadh because, of course, Ramadan is underway, and that means, as you can see, we're on air a little bit later on. We're going to bring you 8 races this evening. First race coming up in around 20 minutes' time. The timing's changed, nothing else changes because Tom Collins is in the studio with me once again here this evening. So a condensed programme tonight, but it's a good quality card. We've got a couple of really good races to come later on in the programme.
Yeah, definitely stick around to the end with a couple of cup races. Some very good horses running, and it's interesting to be here for the first evening fixture of the season.
It is.
I wasn't here this time last year, so this is a new experience, but it should be fun.
It should be fun. We're looking forward to it. And if you're wondering about timings and what's happening, we'll have a look at the schedule and show you exactly what we've got coming up. So our first race will be off local time, 9 o'clock. That is just 20 minutes away. And as you can see, we're racing every 30 minutes all the way through until what will be midnight 30 here, local time. So first race kicking off with those local bred fillies. We've got the 0 to 1, then we've got a 0 to 1 fillies race. We've got an open to come at 10:30, another open race, one of the features, the Jcsa Cup. Then the only Arabian race of the night, which again is for open runners, a handicap 0 to 80, and then we finish off with another open race. That is our second feature of the night, and that is the Public Security Department Cup over the 1600. So all that's on the way over the course of the next few hours. Looking forward to the racing tonight. There's going to be 1 or 2 short price favourites, just looking at the international prices, Tom, but equally we're going to have some competitive races, lots of big fields to get stuck into as per usual.
Yeah, really big field, maximum fields actually, throughout the whole course of the programme. So it's going to be hard to find winners, but there are a couple of short price ones, as you say. Layla Doro being one, another one being Jardoon, both in the middle part of the card. I'd say maybe Jardoon is the banker, if you want to use that word, the best short price favourite this evening, but there are some better plays in the international markets at bigger prices than other races.
Now, if you're watching the programme with us yesterday, we've got to say thank you very much to everybody who got in contact. We were inundated with messages on the YouTube channel. This, of course, is the English-speaking service live from Riyadh, and if you want to get involved, all you have to do is go to the comments part of YouTube. You can tell us about where you're watching the programme from. If you have courses you want to watch and tell us about, we'd love to hear that. And if you've got any questions, of course, I mean, I feel that we should be able to answer most questions. If we can't, I'm sure there'll be somebody, Tom, who will know the answer. So please do get in contact. And yeah, if the response is as good as yesterday, hey, it's going to be a good night all round. So that's the early thoughts from us in the studio, back with Tom and myself throughout the course of the programme. But let's go to the third member of our team. Callum Halliwell is outside. Hopefully it's not too cold, Callum, this evening. It seems as though the temperatures have risen during the course of the day, and hopefully it's all right weather-wise out there for you.
Well, it's all right at the moment, guys, but I don't know how long it will remain all right for. The weather coming in wasn't too bad, but there is a bit of a breeze, and I can imagine the temperature will drop pretty quickly. But hopefully, I have been reliably informed by every Saudi I've spoken to that it is going to get hotter next week. So hopefully the long-range forecast will be in our favour, and for our last 2 weeks here in the Kingdom, we will be blessed with some hot weather, because I need to lie down by a pool and read a good book. We've not been able to do that for the last couple of months. But meanwhile, focusing on today's card, just the 8 races to look forward to. Half an hour gap between each one, so we'll have plenty of time to dig into the contest and find you a winner or two. I'm particularly looking forward to seeing Layla Doro come back. Probably... It's very hard to say that he's been a revelation this season. He was so good as a juvenile. This year just hasn't gone to plan, but he's not run one bad race. He's just been beaten a couple of occasions, finishing second and third. He ran behind Al Mabia in that very good local handicap last week on Friday of Saudi Cup meeting. A repeat of that form should be enough. And we've already seen it with Hala earlier on this weekend as well. She came back from a very quick turnaround to win this weekend. So Connections will be hoping, the same Connections of the White Stable and Camille Ospina will be hoping for similar success with Layla Doro, who will be looking to do the damage on this occasion. Just missed a couple of white stable horses coming behind us, including Bar Fail, who's another one who'll be looking to bounce right back to form, having run quite poorly last time when shaping to win and then finding absolutely nothing off the crown of the bend. But while we stick around, I'll take you on a little adventure and just show you what the racecourse is like at night, because unbelievably it is very, very quiet. So we're celebrating Ramadan. Obviously this week has started, so the Ramadan celebration kicked off in the early hours of this morning, and basically very few people have come out to play. It's very, very quiet either side, but fortunately we've got enough horses to talk about in the parade ring as we get going with the rest of the car. But it is a quiet evening here tonight. Hopefully we'll be able to bring the noise and bring the atmosphere with some winners, and we cannot thank everybody at home enough for watching the show over the past 2 days. The viewing numbers have been electric. I'm sure it's just the Darrell fan club, but hopefully if you're still members of the Darrell fan club, you can stick around today. If you're members of the John Blanc fan club, you'll be happy as well. He is our commentator today, and he can give us the runners and riders for race number 1.
Thank you, Callum. Not even my wife and kids are in the John Blanc fan club. It's a very, very poorly numbered organisation. Right, this is the first race, the local bred fillies maiden. Horse number 1 is Afwa Mohammed Al Daham. 2 is Al Shedia, that's the Madam Mohammed Al Yami. 3 is Al Kasif Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 4 is Atayeb Rakan Al Abeid. Horse number 5 is Awali Thamar Bawaz Wanas aboard that one. And horse number 6 is Blue Nail from gate 10 and Naif Al-Anazi. Horse number 7 is Gala Mohajedar. Horse number 8 is Jcsa, that's the man of Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Horse number 9 is Gerard Bar Mohammed Al Habib. Horse number 10 is La Ayun Latifa Ali Al Mutib. Number 11 is Endaline, that's the man of Abdullah Al Hussein. Horse number 12 is a non-runner. Number 13 is Mortar Shah, and that's the man of Abdullah Al Lofi. 14 is Mulazema Abdullah Al Audib. 15 is Munirat Al Riyadh Abdul Aziz Al Musa. 16 is Katrat Moya Nawaf Al Mudiani. 17 is Taraf Al Riyadh Osama Al Sharani. Horse number 18 is Thrafa Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 19 is Malak Al Hosn, that is the mount of Sultan Al Mimoni. So there we go, that's the local bred fillies maiden to get things underway this evening. First of 8 races in all, and it's back to Callum.
Thank you, John. Yes, the horses are in the parade ring. The crowns may be small, but the horses are on show here. And we start with the 1. Not really allowed to walk out here. The Arabic channel are trying to get a good shot of this 1 horse, so we're just putting the brakes on. But a real eye-catcher here, Afwa, who's just a big, leggy individual. She's only had the 1 start. She'll need to build on that, but she looks the type that'll be much more interesting next season. She's a real good-looking girl. She's got a lot of leg about her, and she certainly looks like she's plenty fit enough to do some damage today. She walks out a bit more now. You'll see her walk on with a bit more gusto. Here she goes. She's a nice mover too, lots to like. Let's go to the 4. Next one we're going to have a look at. We'll have a run of these. This is a Tayeb who has 2 starts to the name. Hasn't been disgraced in either of those occasions and looks like a rather precocious filly. Look, she's a okay mover. She's carrying a bit of condition, but she looks very, very well in the coat. She's got a little bit of string halt on that near hind, which is what you're seeing, just that exaggerated motion with the near hind. But I've seen a lot worse here in Saudi, that's for sure, and it clearly doesn't stop her from running. Back to the 5. This is the negative. This is Awali Tahama coming through towards us now. She's been getting worked up all the way through this evening. She was getting very worked up in the pre-parade ring, and the same can be said in the parade ring. As you can see, as if by magic, she's clearly listening to me, having a good old buck and a kick and a squeal. She'll be fine, I imagine, once the jockey gets on board, because she's had the 2 starts. She clearly just revved up and ready to go, but I'd just be concerned that she's burning just a little bit too much petrol today. Let's drop back to the 6. This is Blue Nail, who would probably be fine, but is just getting a bit worked up behind the 5 here. It's getting a little bit warm on the neck and in the hind quarters as well. But a beautiful looking individual who's got plenty of experience. Brings a rating of 50 here. Wouldn't be surprised if that's enough to win a race like this, but she is getting a little bit warm. Let's drop back right now to the 11. Is the next one we're going to have a quick peep at. This is the 11 coming towards me now, this gorgeous little black filly. She's a nice looking type. She's a little bit light babyish and immature, and she makes her debut here. This is Mindaline, who is, I just Something about her caught my eye in the prelims. Look, she's a little bit weak, she's a little bit babyish, but she's drawn in 2, and she's got a little bit of fitness on her side as well. I imagine she needs to grow into that frame a bit more, and there'll be a lot more to come from her in the future, maybe handicapped next season, but I like her. I think she's one you've got to keep an eye on. And then finally, we'll drop back to the 14 here, who's probably going to be the pick here. This is Mulezema, who we're seeing now. Definitely the pick of the paddock here. A really good looking individual, shining up in the coat, plenty of good muscle definition as well. Going for owners who tend to have their horses revved up towards the end of the season. They get better with experience. And I'm hoping gate 12 won't be enough to stop horse number 14 from taking this opening contest. The 14 is the pick for me.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yes, number 14, Mulezema, is a nice price on the international market, a 12-1 chance as things stand. The favourite in an open-looking race, Tom, is the 17, Taraf Al Riyadh, who does have the top rating. Not too many have got marks, but a mark of 59. What are you making of this first?
It's very difficult. I've got Taraf Al Riyadh as my second pick, so I understand why she's towards the top of the market. Her best form came when she finished behind Jcsa. But Jcsa was an early season type who hasn't really progressed, and maybe Taraf Al Riyadh ran in a pretty weak race on that occasion. Jcsa obviously beating some other non-precocious individuals, and she was one of them. Subsequently, Taraf Al Riyadh's been a little bit disappointing. You could argue that she's the horse to beat, but she's only rated 59, and that's not a very high bar.
It's not a very high bar, but I guess what we've got for those with ratings, that is the best so far. A couple of placed efforts. So who have you put on top of her then?
Horse number 1 is my pick in here. That is Afwa for Mohammed Al-Daham and Abdulaziz Al-Mutab. Don't love the draw for this filly. However, on her debut, I thought she showed good early speed before weakening at Taif. You can see her in shot right now. These connections do well second time up, not usually first time up with their 2 or 3 year olds, so that's a positive as well. She should improve. And if she shows that early speed again, then she can get right up to the front, hopefully lead this field, get across to the rail, and from there she'll be dangerous. 1200 metre races on the dirt in general go the way of front runners or forwardly placed horses. And as we've already said, this race isn't the best in terms of quality. So
No.
I don't think many of these are going to be finishing off with a big turn of foot. They're kind of just going to be finishing off one paced. So track position can be key.
Yeah, got a 15 draw. You're not too concerned about it. If you've got the early pace, can cheat the draw.
It's the one problem, isn't it? But hopefully she's speedy enough to get across. I think she is. She showed blistering pace on the debut. That was the one thing she did do on that first run when she eventually finished tailed off. But let's hope that she's fit and ready to go, because she has been off the track for 7 months.
I'm going to throw a sort of an odd one into the mix in terms of the horse I like here, which is horse number 8, Jcsa, who is a big price, 20-1 chance at the moment. But my theory comes from the fact this horse ran in a winners of 0-1 last time out, and actually finished in front of a horse rated in the low 60s, and just behind another one that was rated in the low 60s as well. So I think on that basis anyway, Jcsa has been undervalued in the market. I'm going in at 20-1 as it stands, but as you say, it is the kind of race where probably no result really would surprise us. So in this instance, I'm happy to take a chance.
Yeah, I think this is a race where you have to take a shot on one, to be honest. The favourite's too short and not overly talented, so going against the 17, who is playing up a little bit going on course there, you can see, is wise. I don't have Jcsa in my top 4, but I understand why, based on the argument you've said there, that she is your pick. It was a clear career best effort last time, wasn't it? But it did come over 1400.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether she'll find this trip too stiff. We'll see.
We will certainly see. Top end of the market, not a lot happening other than money for Malak Al-Hossan, who is the 19 filly here. Now, she was back from 7s to 11-2, and they've come in again. I'd love to know who they are. Into 9-2 here. Had 6 runs, unplaced thus far. Mark is 47. It was 35 at one stage. You seeing anything there?
Not really, but also the answer wouldn't be no. My comments are steadily improving in shapes as though a maiden would be within her grasp. So relatively positive in a race like this, but I didn't have her in the top 3, so I wouldn't necessarily see why there's support for her, but equally if she wins it wouldn't be overly surprising.
Right, okay, well there's certainly a train of thought somewhere along the line suggests that she might go okay in this very, very winnable contest. I mean, the market is very open behind the favourites, 5-1. Bar brings in Atayeb, number 4, and also Afwa, the top one that we've spoken about, and then Malak Al Hosn, and Blue Nael is the other one, sort of towards the top end of the market. That's the 6. Got a mark of 50. You're nodding as if there's a bit of a chance there.
Yeah, I've got her third in. She's the one I've got behind the favourite in Afwa. Blue Nael is at least consistent. She's a deep closing type, which is her problem. Over this trip, she's going to get caught quite far back, but she'll run home powerfully, and maybe when a couple of these wave the white flag, Blue Nael will be passing them late. It's just how far back she's going to get, which is why I didn't put her on top, because it's very hard to come from way off the speed over 1200.
Yeah, she has got little bits of form in open company, so I always think that's quite interesting when you drop back to the maiden, the local bred maiden grade. So there they are, gathering down at the post. A big field, I guess. You know, it's good to have a go in a race like this, but better opportunities come later.
Yeah.
You sort of drop 1 or 2 horses in, and we're going to have a few short ones, aren't we? Yeah, probably races 3 and 4 look to be the shortest price favourites, I think. But yeah, is this a sort of good starting point, but not a race to get necessarily too carried away with?
Well, if you like one at a price, then it's probably a good race to have an each-way play.
Absolutely,
but
yeah.
It's very hard. You have to read between the lines. It's very difficult to assess just on. Look, if you were looking at this race on paper without digging a little bit deeper, it looks like it's a very weak contest. Once you do dig a little bit deeper, it's proven to be a very weak contest. But the great thing about horse racing is that every race has to be won. So there will be a winner in here. If you can find it, you're going to be very well paid.
Yeah, most certainly. Lots of good prices to be taken advantage of perhaps here. Hi to Greg, who's been on to say, great show, guys. If you are yet to get involved in terms of your input to us, we would love to hear from you. You can just go to the comments, post the comments on the YouTube playouts, and let us know who you like, as we were saying earlier on. I'd love to know, you know, different times today, of course, into the evening here. So how's that affecting your viewing? Is it good? Is it where you're watching from internationally? Is that good? The time's better, or are you having to try and juggle a few more balls to be able to keep this programme on whilst you're doing other things that need to be done during the course of a Saturday, or indeed into Sunday morning for some people?
Yeah, I mean, even we're juggling things. I've got Gulfstream Park up on my laptop.
Well, you just love juggling, Tom.
I do. But yeah, it's good to have an evening fixture here. And as we go through this card, we're going to get some really classy sorts on the racetrack.
Yeah, and I suppose, as Callum was saying, you know, it's going to probably take people a little while to get used to things, the change of times locally. And of course, obviously, the start of Ramadan here. So it's probably a very, very busy day for everybody here in the kingdom. Right, let's confirm selections. So, Tom?
Horse number 1, Afwa for me.
Okay, and I'm going in with the 8 and a bit of a price here. It's a shame we can't play each way, but I know we can't. Jcsa for me. Callum, are you sticking with your original thoughts?
Yes, I am sticking with the 14 here in this run. Mulezema. I'll get there in the end. Horse number 14 is the one for me. If you did like the favourite, the 17 Taraf Al Riyadh got very worked up going down to the chute, but actually once on the track was pretty much fine. But there was a couple of hairy moments by some of these railings we've got down the chute. So just keep that in mind if you like the 17. But you have got Osama Al Shahani on board, who is a very, very capable apprentice jockey. So certainly a horse that I can understand where the support's coming from. I'm not sure about Mr. Tom Collins' comments about Jcsa, who was last seen finishing a fast finishing second in a very valuable 2-year-old race on Friday last week. Not just an early season type. He's a little bit about him. They did try him over an extended trip, which clearly didn't work. But I'm a fan. I am a fan, and I'll always defend the ones I like. And Jcsa is one of those. Keep an eye out on the 5. Still very good looking. She's a gorgeous, gorgeous individual. Keep an eye on her though, because she's still very revved up down at the start. I think the loading process is just beginning, and we know how quickly they load here in Saudi Arabia. So it's about time to hand back over to John Blance.
Callum, thank you very much. Yeah, horses are loading up for the first of 8. Katrat Moya to go in on debut. Wouldn't have to be the most brilliant on debut to win this race. I think that's already been dealt with in plenty of detail by our pundits. And interesting that Mortar Shah and Katrat Moya are both quite nicely in the international markets. They're not favourite, but they're not too far away either, hinting that, as I say, it's not a race that's going to take an awful lot of winning. Atayeb is dismounted, waiting for Malak Al Hosn to go in as well. The white face of the 11 horse, the Mendeline. was in the foreground. Also see Jcsa and Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Nearest camera, Leayoun Latifa, does have stall 1. Over the 1200 metres for the first on the card today. 3 is about to come forward. Al Kashaf, who's one of the big outsiders in the market. Jcsa still to come in. Still waiting for Afwa to go, and who's a definite fancied runner. Gate 15, though. Saddle costs do not correspond to the post positions, the stalls, the gates. Call them what you will, depending upon exactly where in the racing world you're watching this broadcast. There's Jcsa. And the 15 is Munirat Al Riyadh on start number 4. Abdulaziz Al Musa rides this one. Fetching pair of pink cheek pieces for that one. So waiting for Mullah Zaymar to go in. Callum quite likes. Blue Nail to come forward as well. Still relatively inexperienced horses, and the loading process, we always give it the big up here in Saudi, and they're excellent, all the handlers. But this will be a slightly trickier race to get loaded, I'd have thought, given the either lack of experience or no experience on show. Mullah Zaymar to come forward. Blue Nail still to go in as well. Atayeb with that fetching blue and white check sash. Easy for me to say. Mullah Zaymar, stall 12. Still taking a while to be persuaded to go in. The 6 is Blue Nail. Jcsa the 8. Munirat Al Riyadh 15. Also waiting for Atayeb. Just a little bit further back from the rest of them. In goes Blue Nail. 3 to go. Atayeb comes in. Munirat Al Riyadh now just being jig-jogged around. Atayeb to come forward. Jcsa as well. Atayeb is in. Now Jcsa is taking a little bit of persuasion. Here in the white and pink colours is Munirat Al Riyadh. She goes in as quiet as the proverbial church mouse. In goes Jcsa as well. Stand by. 1200 metres, opening race. Ready, gates back, away they go for this local bred fillies maiden over the 1200. A little bit awkward out the gate was Katrat Moya, that one going back through the field early. Munirat Al Riyadh is showing good early pace, as indeed is Al Kashaf. One of the outsiders absolutely bombing along down at the rail there. Also prominent is Afwa, another one who's up with the pace is Taraf Al Riyadh. Right round the outside and ceding lots of ground at the turn is Thrafar. Field goes back to Al Shadeya, who's right towards the rear of the back of the field, and also Gala Mohajeda as they start to make the turn. And it's Al Kashaf out in front in the hands of Abdullah Al Saidi. 2 in second position, Taraf Al Riyadh, who's now parked just in behind. Followed then by Blue Nail, who's now making headway. The green cap in between the pair, one of the higher rated runners in the race. Followed then by Atayeb, who's now getting into this. Munirat Al Riyadh just beginning to struggle. And then followed by Gerard Barr, who's trying to finish. But down the lane they come, and taking full aim is Taraf Al Riyadh. And it's Taraf Al Riyadh that goes on for Osama Al Sharani. Goes into the lead by a couple of lengths to Al Kashaf down on the rail, who's still battling hard. Blue Nail only finding the one pace, and then Atayeb from the back of the field. But it's Taraf Al Riyadh who's clear here as they race deep inside the final furlong and up towards the line. Taraf Al Riyadh is going to take out the opener very easily indeed. Jcsa got going for second. Third also was Blue Nail, and the fourth over the line was Atayeb. Taraf Al Riyadh, horse number 17, has won the opener and won it with a fair degree in hand at a time of 1 minute 16.13 seconds. There was quite a lot of pace on early. Al Kashaf went off like the proverbial scalded cat. But Taraf Al Riyadh just stayed in the slipstream of the early pace, floated down from quite a wide draw in gate 13 and then took up the lead inside the latter part of the home straight and went away in the end to an easy win. Jcsa come in second. Ate in fact got third, just ahead of Blue Nail, who was a little bit tired in the closing stage. She's only found the one pace, and it's Taraf Al Riyadh in a time of 1 minute 16.13 seconds, who's won the opener by 4 lengths. A convincing display, and finally gets off the mark at the 6th time of asking. Taraf Al Riyadh wins the first.
Well, if you were with us yesterday, it was a good day for backing favourites. It didn't seem to matter whether they were short-priced favourites or competitively priced favourites in big fields. And here we had a 3-1 favourite, but it is Taraf Al Riyadh who's taking it. I kind of want to kick something, given that Jack and the selection has run so well at a huge price to get second. If only she'd been a bit closer earlier on. Third was Ate, and fourth was the 6 Blue Nael. So 17, 8, 4 and 6, the finishing order, but a good start. The market got it right, Tom.
Yeah, they did. I had this horse second in. She was the horse to beat on form, rated 59. A couple of placed efforts, which you can't say for any of the other horses really, apart from the 8, coming into this race. And she was always well positioned. Osama Al-Sharani had a winner on Thursday, so he's had a pretty good week for a 2-kilogram apprentice. And yeah, connections will be over the moon, I imagine, that she gets off the mark at the 6th time of asking. Your selection was far back, but I think it was kind of obvious she was going to be. But
yes,
she needed,
a
little bit more of a pace collapse. You know, she was cutting back to 1200 today. But it's still a great selection at 14-1 each way. Unfortunately, it doesn't count for our competition.
It doesn't, of course it doesn't, unfortunately. Let's go to Callum, get some reaction to this first winner, Callum.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Your winner is the filly Taraf Al Riyadh. She has done that in good style. Credit to Osama for firstly staying on her in the parade ring, because she's not easy. Getting her down to the start in one piece and then just allowing her to sit on the shoulder of that blazing hot speed early on, and then just cruising into contention to win in good style. They've already taken off the head gears. You can see she's still a little bit on her toes there. Still taking a firm grip of the bit. She's clearly got a little bit of personality about her, but she's finally got the head in front. Credit to the groom on the right there, you'll see the gentleman without the hat. He was absolutely roaring her home in the finish. And credit to Osama Al-Shahani. We mentioned before this horse jumped off that Osama is a very, very talented young rider and very, very well worth his 2-kilo claim, which I'm sure he won't have for long. He's been a revelation this season in Riyadh, and hopefully he can take that form into Taif over the summer next season. But take nothing away from this winner. She's done it well. She came here rated 59. She's probably a high 60s performer, I would imagine. I don't think she'd be a horse that threatens the 70s, but she could be an improver. But you just look at her, she's quite long and leggy. I think there might be more to come next season, but I can't see her being rated higher than the 70s. So let's enjoy the success while she can, and maybe she'll be one for those competitive sprint handicaps later on next season. But boys, it's the win for the favourite, which again, none of us were on.
Yeah, a win for the favourite, and if it was just a case of I want an interest in the race, I'm going to go with the favourite. I don't know how else to play it. You are on a winner, Taraf Al Riyadh then, and as Callum was saying, there's Osama Al-Sharani, who claims £2. We're not quite sure how close he is to having that, or 2 kilos, how close he is to having that reduced to 1 kilo. The band for claiming 2 is to ride between 16 and 30 winners, but whatever his current score is, he's got another one here, Tom.
He has indeed, yeah. He's having a good week, a good spell. Doesn't get too many rides throughout the course of the regular season as such, pre-Saudi Cup. But he's making the most of these. He has ridden a few for the Red Stable and a couple for Jimmy Jerkins as well this year. So he's obviously highly touted, and yeah, his career is definitely on an upward trajectory. This horse was never really in danger, to be fair, during the race. She moved well into contention, travelled up alongside the leaders turning for home. And then once the home straight came around, she was already in the lead and kicked clear. Take it from the start here. You can see Alk Shaft inside in the yellow and the green. Is ridden straight to the front by Abdullah Al Saidi. this was just one-way plan, wasn't it? It was plan A, go to the front, see how long she
50 to 1
lasts.
rag.
Yeah. At least she showed early, but she weakened out of things quite quickly. Blue Nail, who's usually a deep closer, gets Naif Al-Nazi for the first time, and unsurprisingly, he's managed to force her up there with the speed. She's in second and eventually finishes fourth. And then your winner's on the outside there in the red blinkers. Meanwhile, my selection, Darryl, went via the Cape in the red cap, way out wide, and just had no chance.
Yeah, having to go the scenic route round there. As you say, yeah, Blue Nail's in a very good position early on, just tracking that pace of Alka Sharif as they make the turn in. Let me see if I can try and find where...
just back there, blue with the
green, isn't it?
In between horses, quite the way down the field. It starts to make a run now, just at the top of your shot, switches wide, and then the horse really picks up. I think more the problem here was not necessarily how far back she was, but how long it took Noah Falfairuz to find a clear run, because turning for home, you want the horse to be fully stretching out, and it took him probably a quarter to a third of the way down the home straight before he tipped her wide, and that could have been the reason why she wasn't able to get close to the winner. But she ran a good race, and there will be a maiden in her grasp soon. I would anticipate over 1,400 rather than 1,200.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, wouldn't you? And obviously the mark of 41, as I was saying earlier, doesn't tell the story because she's come up against horses rated much higher. So that makes the form look solid. This winner's one off of 59. I wonder how far forward. You're shaking your head, suggests not going to make a big movement on that.
No, I think it will stay on 59, to be honest with you. And if they do put her up, I think that's harsh, purely because she's beaten a terrible field here. The runner-up's rated 41, as you say. The rating's probably not accurate on the runner-up, but equally, she's no better than mid-50s, I imagine. She'll get a hike. Jcsa will get a hike up the weights, but I don't think the winner will be touched much, or if at all, really. If I was the handicapper, I'd leave her off 59. I think that gives her a chance in a handicap, maybe a 0 to 60 next time.
Would you be, what sort of handicap would you be? Let me rephrase that question. If you were in charge, would you be harsh when horses do well? How would you play that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it depends how well. I mean, if a horse wins by 15 lengths, I would be harsh, yeah. But equally, you've got to give those in behind a chance of winning. We had a horse run yesterday, an Arabian called Joy de Montague, who was rated 57, ran 5th in an open race, and was put up to 95. Now, that's just way too harsh. Way too harsh.
Yeah.
You're giving that horse no chance. Horses should be treated as if they can win a race off their current rating. So
we've seen a few examples of that where horses go up quite quickly here. The obvious question there is do they come down as sharply when they're not showing that form?
No. They come down, but not as rapidly as they go up, which is the slight problem, I find. But look, it's not a massive issue. It's just for some of these horses, especially the more limited ones, they're going to struggle because, what race are you going to put them in? If you give a horse, for example, if you punish this horse with an £11 rise or a £10 rise, put her up into the high 60s or 70s, she's not going to be able to compete. There is no way. But naturally, because she won a race here, the handicapper wants to give her a little bit of something. I would just leave her off the mark. Rate the others in behind based on how she ran. Jcsa, for example, give that horse a £5 rise finishing second. I think that's very fair. The 41 rating was quite clearly too low.
I'd be very happy if it went up £5. I think I'm on a winner next time if that's the case. But only time will tell. So there's race number 1. Good evening to George, who's dropped us a line. He was with a 16. No joy, unfortunately, for George. But listen, thank you very much for your selection. And we want yours as well, of course. We're just waiting for the runners for the second race to head our way, so to speak. It's a 0 to 1 race number 2 on the card coming up. These are local and imported horses going 1,400 metres. As it stands, Tom, the top end of the market, certainly the 1 and the 3, are the horses that the market is particularly keen on as things stand. I think it's 9 to 4, isn't it? Hor Al Muhammadia, and 3 to 1 about Char. Just while we wait for those runners and riders, how are you seeing those two?
Well, out of those two, I definitely prefer Hor Al Muhammadia. Char ran a few times in England, came here and ran awfully on dirt, albeit in a much better race. But this is a typical red stable purchase from the UK, who just hasn't proven that she wants the surface, or he wants the surface. So I wouldn't like the one at all. If Char wins, great for Jimmy Jerkins, great for the red stable, because the horse did cost 80,000. But equally, why would you play that horse at 3 to 1? There's very little appeal there. At least Hor Al Muhammadi has proven that he's very capable of winning at this level. He's rated 78. He draws well. He should be the favourite. I'm not with him, but he should be the favourite, and I much prefer the 3 to the 1.
Right, well, OK, well, he's currently 94. He is trading just as favourite then with Char at 3 to 1. Of course, I think the first run over here was probably still when Roger Varian had the horse. I believe that might have been when he actually was over. Yeah, so that was in a much better race. And the other issue you got with the one, of course, is the draw. But we will come back to that in a moment because we can have a look at the full list of runners and riders now with John.
Thank you, Darryl. Yes, we can see them coming up on screen very shortly. Horse number 1 will be Char. That's the mount of Adil Al Faradi. 2 is Ez Al Rafiq, the mount of Rayan Al Toesh. 3 is Hor Al Mohammedia, Fahad Al Faradi. Those are the guys we're talking about. 4 is Mekled. That's the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. 5 is Saham Al Batin. That's the mount of Luis Morales. Number 6, Sinan, is a non-runner. 7 is Ajbar, Mohammed Al Daham. 8 is Ala Meek, the mount of Abdullah Ralofi. 12 is Major Wabel, Abdullah Al Saidi. 30 Safir Jean, that's the mount of Mohammed.
Well, we're just losing John. I'm not quite sure how far he got down the list, to be honest, of the runners and
I think he got
riders.
to around 15 he got to.
15, OK, so 15 is Safa Jean. In fact, they're going to appear on the screen, I think, now, so let's just pick them up from 15 if we can. So there's the 4 list then, so from the top, we'll go back from the top, I think, yes. So Char is Adel Al Faradi. Number 2, Ez Al Rafiq, ridden by Rayan Al Taresh. Number 3 is Hor Al Muhammadia, ridden by Fahed Al Faradi. Number 4 is Mekled for Tariq Al Mansour. Number 5 is Saham Al Bati, ridden by Louis Morales. 6 is a non-runner. 7 is Ajbar, Mohammed Al Daran. Number 8 on the card is Ala Mar Ek, ridden by Fawaz Wanas. Number 9 is Bark Al Daham, ridden by Abdullah Al Hussein. 10 is Creative Time for Naif Al Anazi. Number 11 is Harbri, ridden by Abdullah Alafi. Number 12 is Major Wabil, ridden by Abdullah Al Sahidi. 13 is Mothray, ridden by Salam Al Rashid. On to the 14 on ran for Victor Gutierrez. 15 is Safajin Mohammed Saeed. 17 is Tasayid, ridden by Ali Al Muti. 16 is a non-runner. 18 is Tawa Fiq, ridden by Eddie Castro. 19 is Twat, ridden by Naif Al Muriani. 20 is Yu Jibu Allah, who is ridden by Anthony Campos. And 21 is Abrik Al Kahil, ridden by Abdullah Al Kridis. Right, let's go to Callum, who can cast his eye over 1 or 2 of these.
Thank you, Darryl. Yes, let's have a look at Char in the parade ring here. Son of New Bay, very typical Son of New Bay. He does stamp them well, which is why he was so popular in his sort of 2nd and 3rd season as a sire. Hasn't really worked out for him as a sire and didn't work out for this boy on Saudi debut, but that was in Cup company. No doubt he'll take a step forward from that, but arguably, as Tom Collins said, is the dirt what this horse wants? We will find out more today, but no negatives in the paddock. A big, strong, imposing type. Let's pull back to the 3 here. They are spread out all over Riyadh in the parade ring here for this one. This is Hor Mohammedia. Al-Bahamadia, I should say, coming towards us now. Typical of the owners. Light, leggy type, but he's got some real good muscle in behind. Just look at the hind quarters. Just focus on the back end, Mustafa. Really beautiful hind quarters here. Very well muscled individual. Big, long neck, and I imagine will grow into this leggy frame in time. Was a winner on 2nd start and wasn't disgraced in 2 other appearances either, so can't be ignored today. Now, we're going to go for a long old run at these here, and we're going to start with Mekled as they come towards us. This is horse number 4. This is a horse I'm a big fan of. Really good-looking prospect here, Mekled, who's shown plenty of promise with only getting the head in front once. Has been highly tried this season. This might be 1 run too many. We've seen a couple of horses of the Al Dahani team who've had 1 run too many this week and have struggled, but hopefully Mekled isn't one of them. Very good-looking individual, isn't he? And hopefully he can run a big race. Big, strong back end all round. He's built for speed and power. Hopefully he can show it today. We go back to the 5 Saham Albertine, who's got the hood on here. A really good looking prospect who was a decent winner right early on in the career. I'm pretty sure I remember this horse winning on debut. We were here. Hasn't quite got the head in front since, but hasn't been disgraced. Been pretty highly tried. Again, this isn't the easiest of contests, but this is the non-winners of 2 rather than some of the non-winners of 3s that he's been taking his chances in previously. So this Son of Patriot track has to be on the shortlist. Louis Morales on board as well. Big race Louis. Loves a Saturday winner. Samar Al-Dahani's other horse is Ajbar, who just comes towards us now, this Irish-bred filly. Mohammed Al-Daham takes the ride on this one, which would make you think it's the stable's first string, but you can never be certain. 1 on second start, beaten 2 subsequent efforts, but looks great in the coat, handling herself quite well in the prelims. Again, she's a long type. You could fit a family of 5 on the back of her, but hopefully she'll grow into that frame again and take a step forward tonight. Maybe one for next season. Just 2 more to look at. First one is the 10. We've got to have a look at the 10 because you know who it's by. It's by the Super Sire Time Test, who had a winner here yesterday with Time Nash, and we'll look to have another one here with Creative Time. Very creative with the naming of all these sons and daughters of Time Test, aren't they? But this is a lovely mover, really good walker here, really covers the ground well. 0 from 5 over the career, but has not been disgraced in the last 3 efforts, in the last 4 efforts I should say, finishing in the money in each of the last 4 starts. Certainly an each way player in a field like this, but maybe again, could it be 1 run too many? Getting a little bit warm in the belly as well. And finally, we pull our way back to the 14, who's another very good looking individual in this field. This is Umran. Just come towards us now for the same connections that had that filly who was running amok in the parade ring in our previous contest. This horse is handling a little bit better, but still a little bit warm in the middle there, and maybe just needs to carry a little bit less condition, you'd say. Not quite as muscle bound as some of the others. So if I had to make a paddock pick team, I would be going for the 4 here. Metled is a pick for me.
Who is a very, very tasty price at 25-1 on the international market, where Hor Al Muhammadi is the 15-8 favourite, the 3 over 1 Char at 3-1, and Abrik Akal's 21 on the card at 7-2, and bigger prices. The rest, George has been on. George likes the 3. So George is with the favourite here. Good to hear from you again, George. This looks a good choice. Mal quite simply says, hi guys. I'm sure there's more to come.
Yes.
On that conversation.
Good luck, George, and hi, Mal. Glad you're joining us for the coverage.
Yeah. Now, love to hear from you as well. And Cameron has been on as well. So good evening to you. Right, shall we have a look at some form? We're going to actually look at a horse I like, which is the 19. It is Twark, and this form comes from back on the 8th of February. Stays on well behind an easy winner on this occasion.
Yeah, I thought he looked pretty raw and inexperienced in this race. He stays on powerfully though, you're right, down the outside, and manages to pick up a clear-cut second by the line. This was an open company, now drops down into a conditions race. There are 2 reasons why I don't necessarily love him. I know you like him in the spot.
Okay.
Number 1, he gets quite far back in his races. We might see in a big field him kind of sit wide in that second flight. But 2, I don't like his splayed action. His front legs go 2 different directions. That's a bit of a concern. The positives, he's unexposed, he improved first and second start, and he's by Vekoma. Vekoma's progeny, very precocious.
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously, I've got a different view. Chased home Fuge on that occasion, who won admittedly on the turf yesterday. And again, I think this horse is probably, you could put him in the mid-60s in the ratings, which wouldn't be good enough to beat some of those at the top end. I know you're not keen on Char off of 87, but you know, the next 2 and 3 horses are both off of high 70 marks as well. So I kind of see Twark as a horse who I think has got maybe chances of making the frame. Decide whether I want to put him up as the main selection.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, he's a big price. But this is a race where there are numerous horses that have clear-cut chances, and then there are some that don't necessarily have clear-cut chances, but they do still have chances. The likes of the 10 Creative Time, who was only rated 55, but is potentially better than that mark. But he's also a deep closer. And the horse I'm going to be with, which, if I'm being honest with you, I don't like the price.
Right, okay.
But I'm going to be with anyway, because I made selections before the market comes out. And that's the 21, the reserve, a Brick Al-Kale. Now, usually I wouldn't put a reserve in my selections, because you never know if they're going to make the field or not. 9 times out of 10, they wouldn't make the field. But I put this one on top. He wasn't beaten far in Cup and Open races on his last few outings. This is a big drop in class for him. I like connections. Abdullah Al Manif does very well with a small number of horses. And crucially, I think he draws gate 1 because the 16 is out and he would have been in 1. Even if he doesn't and he takes the place of the other non-runner, that's still 6.
That's still a low draw.
He gets a nice
yes,
low draw,
yeah.
which is a good thing for the 21 horse in here. Look, I don't love 7-2. He's never won before. He's against horses that have won. That's a slight problem. He's also got to find upwards of £5 to maybe £8 to beat the likes of Al Muhammadia. But equally, I think he's got upside, and this is a dropping class for a Brick Al Khail.
Yeah, as you say, the price is probably shorter than we would have anticipated at 7-2. So we did briefly talk about Char, didn't we, before we got those runners and riders. What is it that you were not keen on about the Red Stable horse here?
The surface, the draw, both. Both of those things.
How many reasons do I need?
Yeah, well, they're two of the biggest possible reasons. Look, connections are great. Pedigree's fine. The Kempton victory in the UK, on just his second outing, was very strong. He's had one start on dirt and he was way out the back, albeit it was in a much better race than this. So I don't know whether the surface is okay for him. And equally, he doesn't have that much early pace. So the likelihood of him cutting across from 20 is slim, especially with Adele on board, who's more of a stalking, patient rider. He'll try to find a spot in mid-div, but in such a big field, it's very hard to get all the way across. So I think he's going to be pitch wide on a surface that we don't know if he fancies, and therefore at 3-1, I'm more than happy to overlook him.
More than happy to overlook him. The favourite is on 15-8 now from 9-4, Hor Al Muhammadia. I'm kind of leaning towards this horse in terms of a competition selection, although obviously I'm rooting for Twark each way. Part of the reason for that is this horse didn't run badly in the Guineas. I know you don't rate the 2,000 Guineas form, but did okay. Did win a 0-1 back in December. Rated 78, which is the same mark as Al Rafiq the 2, who's a much bigger price, and that was a lot further down the field in the Guineas, as was your horse, wasn't it? Abrik Al. That was sort of mid-division, I think, in the Guineas, or down the card.
Yeah, the 3 is undoubtedly the horse to beat. I would put him in as favourite as well, and I think he's the most logical winner. I was trying to take a shot on the 21, but I didn't realise he was going to be such a short price. I will stick with the 21 horse as my play, but look, if you ask me who the most logical winner is here, I would definitely say Hor Al Muhammadia. I don't rate that 2,000 Guineas form, you're right, but this is a conditions race, so this is a big drop down. If you put the 2,000 Guineas against other races of similar ilk, then I would put it quite low. But when you're dropping down to a conditions race like this, then that's actually a pretty good form line.
Okay, so selection-wise, I'm taking 3 then. Hor Al Muhammadia and Tom to confirm.
I'm with the 21, a Brick Al Khail.
We're going to go back to Callum, find out whether Callum is sticking with his original thought, that big price runner, number 4.
The big price runner be the big boy. I quite like Mekhled here. Just looked really well in the prelims. Arguably the second string for the table, Tariq Al Mansour on board. He's claiming the 1 kilo. But those who were with us yesterday, will remember Tariq Al Mansour putting on his best Frankie Dettori impression when guiding a 16-1 purebred Arabian horse to victory for Callum Helliwell in our last race of the day yesterday. So that was all the fun at the fair. So hopefully Tariq can get a second winner in only 2 days on the 4. I spoke to a couple of the trainers here, Jimmy Jerkins, about Shah. He loves New Bay. He had a New Bay last season. The horse got a bit of attendance. They didn't get to really reach its full potential. But he really does like this horse. He did say, though, there's a race in 2 weeks' time, last weekend of the season, over this trip, which he's probably aiming for. So this might be en route to that. Adele took him down to post and he stuck his head in the sky. I did ask him about that and said, is that what he does normally? He says, yes, they actually train him in draw reins, so they just give him a little bit of extra control on his head to keep his head down when he's training, when he's working on the track. So clearly not the easiest of horses to play with, but certainly has talent, and the trainer is keen on him. He does like it. There was a little glint in the eye. So if you do like Shah, it's not the easiest to position from draw 20, but you'd be hoping that today might be just a stepping stone to a big push later on in the season, well, in 2 weeks' time, because we've not got long left in the season. Nicholas Bachelard, when I asked him about his runner in this contest, it's horse number 20, I think, in this field, in the Prince Saud bin Salman bin Abdulaziz colours. I looked at him and said, "Have you got a chance?" And he says, "Look, Callum, if he wins, it's a bad race." So if you like the 20, the trainer's not showing the same amount of commitment. So that'll be the only concern there for the 20. The 14 was getting warm. A few horses have been getting warm in the prelims here, but actually, look at that. We have started getting drawn up already. So just to go through, final selection for me is the 4 Jean Blancs for the second time today. It's over to you.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, they're going in. Horse number 5 is Saham Al-Batin going in. We've got Mechled to come forward as well in that yellow saddlecloth. Tower Feek is still to go in as well. Down at the 1400 metre start this time. I think we'll be getting a slightly faster loading process this time round than for the previous race. Creative Time to go in. Tassayed, one of the outsiders in the international markets as well, to move forward. Bark Aldaham to come forward too. Ajbar is still at the back, and also still to go in is Omran. This is horse number 15, Safir Jean. Horse number 9 is Bark Aldahalam. And number 14 is Omran. Stand by. Glorious HD. We're ready, and we're off and racing for the second of 8 this Saturday evening, and making their way through the early part of the race. A notable bad starter was Creative Time. A good starter though towards the outside, making early headway, is Ajbar, looking to tack across from that very wide gate. Ujuba Alar is also prominent, as indeed right down on the rail is Tower Feek. It's Tower Feek that leads them at the moment. To in second position, Ajbar, that orange saddlecloth, followed then in third spot now by Bark Aldaham, who's getting a little bit closer. Right round the outside, Ez Al Rafiq in the purple colours is coming very wide. Right up the inner, Mechled is now making headway, around about 5th or 6th, going the shortest way around the rail. Still at the rear of the field is Creative Time. Not far in front of Creative Time is Abrik Al-Khail, who's got a lot to do from there. They're making their way towards the turn for home with just over 2 furlongs left to go. And out in front is Tower Feek, to a very strong travelling Ajbar, who's moved alongside in second. They've kicked on from the rest, who are now headed by Twack, who's trying to stay on. Then Hor Al Mohammedir, who's getting into it now, the sheepskin noseband, but he's got a bit to do from there. Down towards the closing stage as they come. It's Tower Feek who leads in the blue colours down on the rail. He is still staying on, is Twack, the dark green. And here comes Hor Al Mohammedir, late on the scene, the sheepskin noseband. Also staying on from the back is Omran, but it's Hor Al Mohammedir who's inhaled them close home and racing up towards the line. Hor Al Mohammedir, the winner. It's going to be very tight for second. Abrik Al-Khail's come from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula to possibly get second, and is tight for third. Hor Al Mohammedir has scored. Darrell Williams, he knew. I'm not privy to the tipping standings, but I'm sure there'll be a little bit of excitement there from Darrell's side of the studio. 1 minute 28.53 the winning time there. Hor Al Mohammedir, the winner. Abrik Al-Khail was a mile back in the early stages and has slalom through the field to finish in second. Tower Feek on the sharp end has finished in third in the end. Hor Al Mohammedir to Abrik Al-Khail, and then Tower Feek in third. A forecast for our erudite team there in the studio. Tower Feek in third. Harbri has finished in fourth. But it's Hor Al Mohammedir, second win on only start 4, who scored there in the hands of Fahad Al Faradi. Terrific performance there by horse and jockey in race number 2.
Well, there's our winner. That is number 3, Hor Al Muhammadiyah and Fahad Al Faradi, who's won from stall 3, and that is another winning favourite. Very well back, 7-4 in the end from 9-4. So the money was down. 21 Abrik Al Cow gives us in the studio the forecast, as John was highlighting. 18 Tawfiq in third. 11 Harbriya was back in 4th place.
Yeah, I feel like I should have actually got involved myself in the forecast, because I was saying the winner was the horse to beat, and I was with the 21. Yeah, I mean, it didn't happen anyway. Well done for you to get the winner in the studio competition. That puts you 1 ahead of Callum and 2 ahead of me. So you're in a good position with only 6 races to go. And this was a nice ride from Fahad Al Faradi as well. I thought he looked cooked turning in, I have to admit. The 19 horse Twark actually moved up like he was going to win the race, and then...
Well, exactly. I thought I'd made the wrong call at one stage in leaving my sort of each-way play with... in the end, finished out of the frame.
But given how well he finished last time, it was a little bit disappointing his finishing effort today.
It was. Let's get some reaction back with Callum.
Thank you, guys. Hor Al Muhammadiyah is your winner. We mentioned in the parade ring, she's a nice-looking, the nice-looking prospect, but very long, and I still think there's plenty more improvement to come. But that's now 2 wins from 4 starts, and you'd be very happy with the way this has gone. And yeah, Fahad Al Faradi has given this a bit of a peach of a ride, because as the boys said in the studio, didn't look to be going all his own way, turning for home. Unlucky Tom with that breakout Kale flying home. But Harbri as well in 4th is probably one you want to take a look at. And Umran as well, the other paddock positive, had finished in 5th. I think there's a couple here you'll want to take out for next season, but take nothing away from your winner, who has done it well. And again, if this horse can develop and take another step forward, who knows how far they could go. Rated 78 coming into this race, probably going to get a little rating of 80, I imagine, with the manner of victory. It'll be a bit harsh, but I think 80 would be a fair enough rating, and that could be very exciting for next season, boys. Well done, Daryl. You've gone ahead of me. We need another 16-1 winner, and maybe in a purebred Arabian race.
Well, of course, if anyone can in that situation, it's Callum after his huge prize winner in the last race yesterday. But let's watch the finish closing in here off the final bend, and watching it play out now, Tom.
Yeah, Twark is in the white bridle on the outside. Looks to be coming through with a big run, but Al Muhammadiyah has been gathered up by Fahad Al Faradi. Finds the split in between Twark and the back-pedalling front runner, and is able to fire through late to get it done. My selection was just left too much to do. That was Abrik Al Kale, finished 2nd in the light blue silks, just in behind. One of 2 deep closers in the race alongside Harb Rhea. They're the 2 that caught the eye, but Hor Al Muhammadiyah, who was the best horse in the race coming into it, is able to get the job done. There was an absolute flyer from the start, from the 17, Tassaid, who actually looked like he broke the stall just a split second before the start of the contest. He broke well, but then is immediately taken on for the lead. And we see a couple of others move forward. Along one of those is Ajbar on the outside.
Horse,
ridden in the same way as most Damar Dahani horses, but wasn't able to sustain her effort late.
No, those 2 do quicken on, don't they? And sort of have the early part of the race between themselves. Where is the favourite at this stage in the white
Just
colours?
in 4th right now, in between horses, just moving up into 3rd, making a run, but it's a slow run. And it does take him a while to gather his stride and really launch a challenge. At this point, he kind of looks cooked. And Twark, who's just moved into 4th on the outside with the beige chevron, is about to go into 3rd. It looks like he's going to come with the winning run, but he again falters in mid-stretch, and Hor Al Muhammadiyah just keeps on rolling off the top, which is something you don't see too often on this dirt surface. It is relatively deep, albeit nowhere near as deep as Taif, but it's quite hard for horses to go again, and this winner has. We're about to see the deep closers come through as Hor Al Muhammadiyah actually hits the front right now. Watch the bottom left of your screen. You'll see Abrik Al Kale and Harb Rhea finish off with great effect. Maybe just at the bottom. Oh, the camera's going to quite get it. But yeah, there they are. Just finishing off into 2nd and 4th. But yeah, this is a race that was dominated by horses who were prominently placed. Horses that stay well over the 1400. And Al Muhammadiyah has managed to justify favouritism.
Yeah, justify the market confidence and justify the confidence of George as well, who put the 3 up beforehand as his selection. So well done to you, George, and anybody else who managed to dig out that winner. And look, we talked about it yesterday, didn't we? How effective the market was in guiding us to the right horses yesterday. And I wonder, after the first couple of races today. Whether that might be the case again, who knows?
Yeah, potentially. The traders are doing better in the international market. There was quite a long period of time where they were getting it wrong, but the recent markets have been more accurate. We've just seen form hold up in the first two races. The proven horse won the opener, and in that race there, the best horse won. Shah, by the way, doesn't handle dirt, so I think Jimmy Jerkins, obviously he won't be here next season, but whoever gets the horse should just stick to turf with him, because otherwise it's going to be a long season. That
will make a lot of sense off a very high mark at the moment. Syed Baba's joined us as well. Hi to you. Love to hear selections from you a little bit later on if you get the opportunity. Now we're going to have the first, the really short one. It's probably the shortest priced favourite of the day, I think, in Messamaya, the top horse coming up, Tom, in this local bred fillies 0-1 event. To put it into perspective, rated 83, everything else is rated sort of mid to high 60s at best. So that's a big edge class-wise. Is this going to be, if you don't mind the price, is this a banker?
I think she is a banker. I do think Jardoon has slightly stronger claims in her race later on. So maybe at the prices, Jardoon's a bigger price than Messamia is. Maybe you'd look towards her. That being said, if Messamia repeats her most recent 5th place finish in the Sarawak Cup, she will win this race. There is no doubt about that. The opposition is very weak. They're all rated in the 60s or below. As you say, she's rated 83. Even if she ran a stone below her best, she should still win this race. We've already seen 2 favourites, maybe we'll see 3.
Every chance of that. So 4-7 might not sound a great price, but I wonder if there might be even more market support for Messamir. We're going to find out very shortly for the 3rd race coming up here. Go without the 10, don't they? So that will be a field of 12 due to line up over the 1,400 metres. Now, we can't show you the runners and riders on the screen, but we can listen, close your eyes and just imagine those runners and riders here with John.
Thank you very much, Darryl. Yeah, do-it-yourself television here on the Saudi show. Horse number 1 is the short price favourite you were talking about there, Messamir, in the hands of Tariq Al Mansour. 2 is Mumtara Adil Al Faradi. 3 is Nazara Allah Fawaz Wanas. 4 is Wafiat Ahid, one of 2 white stable runners in the race for Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 5 is Zur Saleh in the hands of Fahad Al Faradi. 6 is Al Kajeria in the hands of Osama Al-Sharani, looking for a second win on the card, of course. 7 is Bint Kafa, Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. Moasil is the man of Mohammed Al-Yami, that's horse number 8. 9 is Rayat Al-Fuz, Mohammed Al-Daham. 10's a non-runner. 11 is Tessaleh, Rayan Al-Tuash. 12 is Tetela, that's the mount of Salman Al-Rashid. And number 13, last but not least, is Tishawar, Nawaf Al-Mudiani is the man aboard. So they're in the pre-parade ring for this race, as indeed is our man. It's Callum.
Thank you, John. Yes, this is the 8 in shot here. Mawasil, who's just getting quite worked up in the prelims. Really well turned out individual. 0 from 4 in the career. Quite well beaten last time when finishing 8th, but looks well muscle bound, good strong neck, everything you like to see in a local fillies winners contest. But your concern is just as they shoot back around the bend, she seems to get quite worked up about something. I'm not quite sure what it is, but she has a good swish of the tail and everything else. She's as quiet as a lamb here, and you can see she's a very good walker, but we'll stick with her as you come through and see if she'll kick off again once she gets around to the light, because they're still going to do another lap in here as well. Now, if you just look at her from a confirmation point, she's got a beautiful flat back. You can see there's no major dips in there. She's not got the roach back that we see a few of the horses here, and you just see she just starts shying away here. There's something that catches her eye just as she comes around here. I'm just going to remind my cameraman just to give her a bit of space in case she does decide to pop off. She's shying away at something. Something has caught her eye there, and she's having a bit of a swish of the tail again, and there she goes again. There's clearly something down the straight here. Just gets her nice and worked up. I don't know whether it's because she can see Mustafa for the first time. That wouldn't surprise me, because sometimes I react that way when I see him for the first time. But yeah, she's just getting a little bit worked up, and once she comes around the bend, she's totally calm again. So we'll find out more. As you can see, quiet as a lamb from here. Let's drop back and look at a couple of the others. This is the 9 just in behind her as well. I love it that they come in number order. It makes my life so much easier. Completely different build. Red Alphos, really light type, bony individual, plenty of bone about her, but you can just see she's getting worked up. They're just taking the 8 away actually now into just boxing her up for the time being. I think it makes a lot of sense. But the 9 is a very light type, not getting very warm in the prelims, and she's not being set off by anything here, but a few of them are getting quite impatient. They've been given the all clear to make their way into the parade ring. A couple of them just getting on edge, but the 9 is not one of them. Rhea Alfoz handling things well, but the form suggests she's got plenty to find here. We'll give you a closer look at all of them in the parade ring soon, but in the pre-parade ring, a little bit of drama, boys.
Yes, a little bit of drama. We'll keep an eye on Moacel, who is, you probably won't be too surprised to hear, quite a big price, but the favourite isn't, as we mentioned already, of course. Mia, who is 4-7 at the moment. It's 9-2 Mumtaran, that's the red stable runner, horse number 2, and 7-1 Barthos. Let's show you the favourite, because this is the run in the Sarawak Cup, which took place just last weekend, finishing 5th over the 1200 on this occasion.
This was a clear career best performance from Messamia. She was currently middle pack, orange and black, there you go, on the outside. Runs home takingly. It was a much better race than what she faces today. We have seen a couple of horses come out from running a week ago, and some have performed and some haven't. Hala yesterday did perform, but there have been others that have found it tough to go again off the quick turnaround. If she can reproduce this effort, she will win. Full stop. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. There is no horse in this race, aside from her, that could finish that close in the Sarawak Cup. But it's just whether you trust that she can go again. She draws 12 today, that's the problem.
Well, I think the angle with her is you know, you've hit the nail on the head with the runner who came out and ran well yesterday, who was superior to that company, and therefore probably didn't have to run absolutely up to the performance of the previous week. And here we've got a horse who is, what are we talking, a filly here who's, you know, 15 plus pounds ahead of everything else.
Yeah.
So, you know, turn up and run a sort of, you know, 90%, 85, 90% race, and you'll probably still win.
Yeah, exactly. It should be relatively straightforward for her. And if you're looking on the race card and looking at her form figures, maybe you see that P on her penultimate outing. Well, she actually got brought down that occasion. It wasn't pulled up by any means. So just ignore that one. She is the horse to beat, and hopefully she looks pretty good in the paddock.
We can bounce back to Callum with more.
Yeah, I'm having a look at her now, guys. This is the one, Messamia. Like you all mentioned, she ran a stormer last week. She is in her winter coat. I'm not going to lie, she's looking a little bit fluffy, and she's not the best of walkers either, to be perfectly honest. I'd love to make her my paddock pick because I'm trying to win this contest, but it would be wrong of me to make her the paddock pick if I don't think she is the pick of the paddock. There's lots of confidence from connections. I had a brief chat with some of the owners. These are the owners of our Motterhead, who were the superstar in Saudi Arabia last season. Unfortunately, passed away in the off-season, so we didn't get to see that horse reach the full potential. But these owners will be hoping that Messamia can be half the horse our Motterhead was and get a second career win on her 13th career start. Let's pull our way back now, Mustafa, to the 2. This is Montera, really nice type this. This Montera looks a lot better in the parade ring, don't you think? I mean, shining up in the coat, nice bit of muscle definition as well. A little bit less exposed than the top horse here, and with a rating of 64, has plenty to find on ratings, but looks in really good shape and should not be ignored. Jumps out of stall 9 and is partnered by Adele Al-Faradi, who'll be looking for a first winner of the evening. Nasra Allah is the 3. White Stable begin their Super Saturday here, and they've got some exciting runners throughout the evening, including Tabar Fail, who I'm really excited to see back on a race course, and Layla Doro, who we'll also see as well. This is Nasra Allah will be partnered by Fawaz Wanas. He's building a good reputation with the team, so we'll be looking forward to see how this one gets on. Good walker, light type, very similar to the winner of our last race actually. Very long, lighter bone, but certainly not carrying any condition. Wafayat Ahid is the next one we'll look at. This is the 4. A winner last time out, yes, improved with every start. Could be a horse that, like the White Stable, had that quiet start to the season and could really start flying now towards the end of the season. Very different body type, isn't it? Very well built individual, strong type, good powerful walk, really covers the ground as well and looks a strong, imposing individual. Abdullah Al-Farouz on board. His brother, Nawaf Al-Farouz, had that fast finishing second earlier on in the meeting. Hopefully he could go one place better. I think this is going to be the paddock pick for me, guys. I'm going for the 4.
Well, we love that, because, you know, you could logically, I suppose, have just gone with the one, even though he wasn't totally taken by Messamia, but Callum's gone in with Wafayat Al-Ahid, who is currently third favourite, actually, at 7-1. And I've got on my notes here, you know, progressive sorts only have the 3 runs, won a maiden beginning of the month, so you know, there's upside there, isn't there?
There is. I've got my shortlist down exactly how the market has. So I also have a third in behind Messamia and Montera. There's upside, only 3 outings. Speedy filly as well. She should go forward. She might make the rail, might make the front. And if that's the case, dropping back in trip, then she'll be a threat. But she does need to improve £20 to beat the favourite.
Yeah, that's the problem they all face, of course. George is with the favourite here in this up and coming race, and let us know who you like, of course, on the chat page alongside the YouTube coverage that you're enjoying with us tonight, live from Riyadh, as we bring you the first of our evening meetings, of course, during Ramadan. So this is the third of our 8 races coming up this evening. So you've obviously got the 2 then in second place under Adele Al-Faradi Mumtara. What's the Al-Faradi? What's the attractiveness about the 2 Mumtara here?
Well, she was an emphatic debut winner, and she looked really good when she made that first start. Subsequently being found out on a couple of occasions, but she did run in Group 1 company, second time up, so put a line through that. She just wasn't good enough, and it was a lofty target. The last twice she's run okay, but to me, I feel like she needs further. So maybe she'll pick up some pieces. She'll follow through Messamia in that kind of sweeping motion where the closers come through and take over the race. And maybe she'll be able to pick up second. I would struggle to suggest that she's anywhere near good enough to beat Messamia in here, but at least she has some proven form, and connections obviously rate her relatively highly to pitch her into the top level.
So the fact that Adele's riding, of course, I mean, that's probably had some bearing on the price. Should she be second choice? That's what I'm trying to say.
I think so. Okay. I do think so, yeah. When I do my shortlist, it's quite difficult because obviously I do the race comments. It feels like I'm actually trying to price up the race rather than trying to come up with who I think is the best bet. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because there are no prices available at the time. So for me to put her second in, I obviously thought she was second most likely to win, and therefore she should be, in my opinion, second favourite.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? No movement in the market, by the way. 4 to 7 is still there if you do like the look of the market leader. Is there anything at a price that could get involved with thinking of places, really?
Yeah, from a place perspective, I thought Tessellé, the 11, could run a place. Look, I don't have her in the first 3, but she is my 4th in. She's 0 from 9, so on that basis, she's not overly appealing. But she has also been tried in Group 1 company. She was also second in a course and distance open. If she runs back to that form, that was in December, then she would have place claims. But she has been quite inconsistent throughout her career, and off her rating, she's hard to put any higher than 4th on my shortlist. But I wouldn't completely give up on Tessellé. She's the one at a double-figure price that may be able to cause somewhat of a shock.
Yeah, she was some way behind the favourite in a local Grade 1, not so many runs back. 57, the mark was 60 coming into this contest. So jockeys are about to step on board. They'll be leaving the paddock very shortly. This race due to go here local time of 10 o'clock. Let us know where you're watching, what time of the day it is. Fascinated to find out. Of course, we had lots of correspondence yesterday from viewers in Australia, in the UK, in Singapore, I think in India as well. So worldwide interest in the racing here at Riyadh. So let us know where you're enjoying the racing from tonight. Mal says just settled down with the missus brackets Fiona. At least he didn't forget to forget the name and forget to name her. I was going to say to watch your superb coverage through till the end. Then Warrington Wolves play. It must have been very rude about Wigan, giving them the you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah. Can we say that on Wigan Pie Eaters?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I've said it now anyway. In the rugby league game in Las Vegas.
Really?
Come on the wire.
Wow.
Played it. Vegas.
I didn't know that.
Goodness me.
Wow.
Now, what time is it in Vegas, of course? They would be...
8 hours behind?
Well,
UK time.
3,
yeah,
11
so 11.
hours behind, so...
10 a.m.?
Yeah.
About to be 11 a.m., yeah.
Oh, not quite 9 a.m. actually. No, sorry. Well, we're 10 o'clock, so 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
That is what I said, yeah.
I've got it even further back. Anyway, it'll be 9:30 UK time, Mel says, when the rugby kicks off. So that works rather well, because our final race, UK time, is 9:30.
Correct.
Yeah, you see, we accommodate for everything here. We really do. Anyway, they're coming out, making their way down. So this is the third of the 8 races this evening, fillies that have won 0-1. These are locally bred. The features to come later, races 4, 5 and also 8. They are the 3 opens on the card, races 5 and 8 being the 2 most valuable prizes, the Jcsa Cup and the Public Security Department Cup, which will be the very final race of the evening.
Shall I run us through the horses we haven't talked about?
Why not, Tom? Yeah, good
As
idea.
we've got 6 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, right. So we've already talked about the 3 favourites and also Tessellay. So I'll go through the others in market order. The 3 horse, Nasaha Allah. She's posted 2 bleak efforts in conditions races since switching to Riyadh. If you go back to her Taif victory, she was relatively impressive that day. To me, it looks like she doesn't handle this track as well as the even deeper surface in Taif, and therefore that's a bit of a negative. As Juanes has ridden a few winners for the White Stable this season, I don't think this will be one more on that tally. At 16-1 is the 9 horse, Rayat Al Fuz. Draws inside in gate 1. Good jockey booking, Mohammed Aldaham on board of International Jockeys Challenge fame. This horse was a runner-up in a course and distance maiden in October, but has been largely inconsistent, and since then, completely out the back of the TV last time, just easily opposable against this group, so I wouldn't be interested in her at 16s. Bint Kaffa, the 7 horse, is currently at 20-1. She shaped with good promise when runner-up over 1,200 metres in a maiden on her penultimate outing, but last time was super disappointing and gets the widest stall here, negative. Now we've got several at 25-1. We'll start with the 5 horse, Zur Saleh, and the analysis will get shorter as we go further down the list. The 5 horse, Zur Saleh, hasn't stepped forward since making a winning debut at Taif in August. Doesn't look likely to go close today. The 8 horse, Mawassil, is a 4-race maiden, solely tried over 1,200 metres to date and now steps up, but needs to prove that she stays. The 12, Tetalea, didn't perform badly when 5th over 2,000 on her most recent outing, but now this is a big drop down in distance for her. And the 13, Tishawar, is an 8-race maiden and doesn't want further than 1,200. And that, Darryl, leaves just 1 horse. That is the 6, which is a very difficult name to pronounce. Al-Kharajiyah. John Blance will have fun with that one. She's only rated 23. She has done nothing so far. She's tried over a variety of trips, tailed off on each occasion, 100-1 for a reason.
But she has got a jockey who's had a winner already today. So.
that right there is seeing a big black cloud and going, there's a silver lining to this one.
Well, yeah, I'm not quite sure. I mean, whether Shama Al-Shiran is thinking, double on here. But you never know, as they say. There has been a bit of interest, actually, in number 4, talking about the international markets here. Wafiat Ahid is now 7s into 6s, and Tessala, number 11 on the card, is shortened from 16s to 14s as well.
Yeah, so they're the 2 I had in as 3rd and 4th. If you're looking for an each-way play, one of those 2 would be the option. But again, if I'm playing in the international market, and not to get too betting-y, to use a word that's not a word, if I'm playing each way, I want to have a horse each way in a race where win is a possibility. And I don't think the win is a possibility here with an each-way play. I think Messamir is too good. So you are fighting for 2nd and 3rd. Yeah. And therefore, unless you're playing Tessellay, who is a big price, or was 16 into 14, you're not going to get much return. For example, on the 4 here, who is now 6-1, if they're playing 5th of the odds, you're only going to get back a small profit.
Yeah.
I don't like playing like that. I only like playing each way in a race where you can potentially win. And from what we've said, in a long-winded way, the 1 Messamir is way the horse to beat, and if she runs anything like her best, she will win this race.
Yeah, and she's gone 8 to 15, and we probably don't need to go any further in terms of selections, because we're both obviously with the 1 horse, but Callum, I'm guessing you're not.
You're right, guys. I'm not sticking with the 4 here. Paddock pick, obviously, on the form. The 1 should be far too good for these. Shout out Mal. He'll be tucking into the Rugby League later on. Big old festival of Rugby League happening in Las Vegas this weekend. You've got England women playing Australia's women. Got a couple of NRL teams as well slugging it out, and they're all official games as well. So the goodness gracious, the Warrington-Wigan game is going to be classed for Super League points as well. So it's great to see. It's the first time in a very long time they've been able over in the States, and great to see the people of the Rugby League game trying to grow the game overseas as well. Meanwhile, in this contest, if you like the 6 because Osama Al-Shahani is in the plate, you're going to be very disappointed to hear that he tried to remove Osama in the parade ring, got very, very worked up, so I can't even give you a slither of a silver lining for that black cloud, and I will be sticking with horse number 4 here. I just thought that horse looked really, really well in the parade ring, absolutely marching round. Abdullah Al Farouz in the saddle is no bad jockey either, and John Blanc, hopefully you can call home a shock here in race number 3.
Thank you, Callum. Would certainly improve your position in the old tipping competition. But Messamia does look to have it in terms of all the known form lines, but often have we said that only to be disappointed. Tariq Al Mansour will be steering the favourite here, still to go in as well. Messamia, second race over the 1400 as well. He compared times of a time comparison. 1 minute 28.53 seconds for that first race over the distance. This is Nasra Allah to go in. The 9 is Rayat Al Fuz. The 5 is Zur Saleh. The 12 is Tatela. It's again a very efficient loading process. Wafiat Ahid goes in, the Callum Helliwell selection. Zur Saleh goes in, and Tatela comes forward as well. Stand by down at the 1400. Off they go. They are racing. The favourite Messamia got away pretty well. Gets into a prominent position effortlessly. Also there is Mauer Seal in the maroon colours. Another one that's prominent as well is Tessale. That's in the blue headgear. Right down on the rail is Rayat Al Fuz trying to get into a decent position, but the favourite has got through to take it up. Messamia to in second position Mauer Seal, then right on that one's inside Tessale, then towards the outside Nazar Allah in the green cap, of course, 2 white stable runners. Wafiat Ahid is in mid division at the moment. Just in front of that is Mumtera, and the field goes all the way back to Zur Saleh, who's last, and Bint Kafa, who's last but one. But it's quite a well grouped up field as they start to make the turn into the home straight. The favourite's 4 wide here, Messamia, but she still travels pretty well on the outside of Mauer Seal. Now driven along is Tessale in third, right down on the rail trying to battle on as well as Tatalea as they start to make the turn for home. Messamia is clear. Here comes Mumtara now throwing down a challenge towards the centre of the track, but Messamia is still travelling very strongly for Tariq Al Mansour. He's a little look back now, and he's just let out an inch of rain, and Messamia has very much taken up the invitation to run a bit faster, and she's well clear. She's not for catching at all. Messamia was the obvious selection on paper, and it's all worked out according to plan. Messamia has scored with a minimum of fuss. Mumtara's finished in second. She too was miles clear of the third, who was Zur Saleh, has come from a long way back, and Wafiat Ahid has boxed on for fourth. Messamia didn't look absolutely outstanding in the parade ring, Callum was saying, but handsome is as handsome does. And Messamia, she was just far too good for the mare. She could even afford herself the luxury of a 4 wide transit right round the whole long sweeping bend we have here at Riyadh, conceding lots of ground to certainly the horses on her inside, and she's still giving them a right old hammering. A 6-length victory in a time of 1 minute 27.62 seconds, so almost a full second faster than that first 1400 metre race. Mumtara was second, Zur Saleh has finished in third, and Wafiat Ahid has finished in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4. The first of the Tom Collins good things has gone in. He was mentioning one a little bit later on as well, Jadoon in race number 5. But Messamia, the very easy hand-ridden winner to win. Tariq Al Mansour, the victorious jockey. More to come. Stay with us.
Well, there it was then. Massamia's come home well clear. No concerns about that run just the other day. Beats Mumtarea, number 2 in second place. 5, Zur Saleh was back in third, and Wafiat Ahid was back in fourth. So it is 1, 2, 5 and 4, and the favourite, I guess you could say, oozing up there in the third.
Yeah, very impressive victory for Messamia there. That was demonstrative, really. And she finished full of run as well. It wasn't just she won by a clear margin. She has gone past the line with a full tank of petrol, and she's continued running hard after the line. So she's very talented. She's worthy of a mark of 83, and she kind of ran to it today. Mumtera maybe ran better than 64. She's probably a mid-70s horse, and the rest are the rest. It was a one-horse race. At least Mumtera threw it down for a few strides, but just nowhere near as good enough to beat Messamia, who deserved to be very short.
Yeah, Tariq Al-Mansour giving his appreciation to his winning race. Only the second time she's won, I think, from 13 starts. So.
She's had some bad luck, though, and she's been pitched in at the high level as well. Sarawak Cup, she ran another group race. She unseated her rider when coming to make a challenge on a penultimate outing. She was disqualified from a contest where she placed. So she's been unlucky, I'd suggest. Going into next season, obviously it depends how she progresses. She began this year as a 2-year-old. She's now an early season 3-year-old. It depends how she progresses over the summer, but she's definitely capable of winning at least another race.
Let's go back to Callum then, as the winner makes her way back in, having done this with real authority, Callum.
Yes, the winner comes in. Like I said, she didn't look fantastic in the parade ring, but she looked like a weapon out on the track, didn't she? If you liked her, it was never in doubt. And Tariq Al-Mansour is your winning rider. He had a winner in the last race yesterday and has a winner here today as well, which is lovely to see. And well done to the Connections. Famously had Al Motterhead earlier on in the season, and they now get success here with this horse, Messamia, who has earned her second career victory. Now, there's a gentleman I really want to speak to here. I've seen him. I don't know his name, unfortunately, but I'm going to go and grab him because he came to me and he said, I'm going to talk to you at the end of the race. And he's come right to me here. Congratulations, Mabrouk. You said before the race that she was going to win. You were very confident.
Actually, I told you before the race she's going to win. Well, alhamdulillah, she won.
She was very impressive, very easy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's very, very easy.
Go and enjoy the photo.
Thank you so much.
Connections enjoying the photo with this filly. She's by New Line, and she clearly takes her racing well because she's been pretty highly tried. Now, this is start number 13, and they brought out the whole crew. So there's lovely scenes here. So a fantastic victory, and well done Tariq Al-Mansour, who is over the moon with that victory as well. He is an apprentice jockey, well worth following. Get everybody in. Make sure you're all getting the shot. Well done. Great scenes down here, boys. And well done for picking her 83 rated and has run like an 83 rated winner should. Congratulations.
Yeah, I love the gathering. The fact that there are, there's a good contingent there to celebrate. It's very, very exciting filly going forward here, as you say. Lightly raced, only just a 3-year-old, and even better days to come, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. She was very impressive there. She's had 13 outings, but she quite clearly is pretty talented. She's not fully exposed yet either. I'd like to see Connections pitch her into another conditions race, first up next season, a non-winners of 3. Just purely because if you pitch her back into open company, you're going to face much better horses. And it doesn't help when a horse like this constantly gets beaten. I know she's won today, but she's been running behind some nice ones, but she'll be losing confidence. You pitch her into a race like this and she wins head in chest, goes past the line thinking, wow, I'm actually pretty good here. And I'm a full believer of these horses have confidence angle. You watch her here, she pricks her ears once she goes past the line, and yeah, she gallops out powerfully.
Yeah, tremendous display. Mal says it's like how an odds-on favourite should win. Absolutely right. She's got a good start as well, the orange and the black to the outside.
Yeah, she broke well. She wasn't the first out, Moa Sale was, but instantly kind of took control outside here. Tariq Al-Mansour was just key to not go too hard too soon, I think. Sit on the shoulder of the leaders and power late. Moa Sale just had no chance on form, but she went forward, as did Zur Salah, who eventually finished 3rd. A couple of others up with her. Tesselae is up with the speed.
Yeah, Moa Sale, I think you said, didn't you, as well? But
and Riyadh Al-Fuz as well.
Contested lead, wasn't it?
Well,
contested, or
it was contested, but they weren't going quick. There was 5 across the track for a period of time. Riyadh Al-Fuz against the fence here, already backpedaling. Now there are 4 across the track, about to become 2. And Tariq Al-Mansour has not even asked Messamia for anything in the orange and black. Now he just lets go of a little bit of rain, and she instantly puts half a length between herself and the horse in second, made that a length, length and a half. And then Mumtera in the red in 4th is the only horse to lay down any kind of challenge here. Progressing up into second, gets within maybe a length and a half, and then it instantly goes 2 lengths, all the way up to 6 by the wire.
Yeah, I guess you got a 83 horse versus a 64 horse, and that was evident from what we saw there. So
The runner-up's definitely better than 64, though. She's a 70-something horse, for sure.
yeah, and I was just thinking actually, those who didn't want to play the favourite at the short price, maybe there were one or two who might have just gone 1/2 here, the logical forecast, and nothing to be concerned about there. We thought actually, just watching it, the 12 was travelling quite well on the rail. Tetrailer at this stage in the green, sort of limey green cloth, but doesn't seem to make any progress under the rider thereafter.
Yeah, he's probably should have gone for home a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
But there was nothing in the locker, I don't think. Switches leads way too late as well. It's not the finest piece of riding you'll ever see, but the horse had nothing left anyway.
No, you can see suddenly how the front two have got away. I mean, the rest of the pack are in real trouble, aren't they? So, yeah, the logical forecast, I guess, in hindsight, 1 to beat 2. So here we go again. I feel like a broken record. It is a winning favourite.
Yes.
And that is 3 races down and 3 winning favourites have gone in. And we'll get to the next race. We've got an interesting betting market there as well. But more on that in a second. And yeah, you just got to love this performance. And as you say, Tom, confidence boosting for going forwards.
I like how she moves through the dirt as well. She kind of acts like the surface is quite fast, but it's not. You can see she's on the top of the surface. She kicks off and quickens rather than looking kind of one pace and slow like most of the horses in behind in this race. She also finished, if we had finishing sectionals, we'd see how quickly she finished. I think that final furlong would have been pretty fast for the level and considering horses generally slow up, but she's done it very well today. There's no real negatives you can say. She overmatched that field, but equally she was as impressive as we were hoping she would be.
Yeah, and you were a little bit concerned about coming back just a few days after that big run last week, but
no problem.
She had plenty to play with, and it's not affected her in the slightest. In fact, it's probably done her the world of good. So we're going to move on shortly to race 4, which is a local bred horses open. But before we do that, a word from... What is he up to now?
Yeah, thank you very much, Daryl, and well done to yourself and Tom for finding the winner in our last race. Thought we'd come up to somewhere a little bit different before our next contest. So let's have a look at where we are. We're on a roof literally above the studio. Where my cameraman is standing is above the English studio right now. You pull out, you can see all the way down the entire stretch of the King Abdulaziz racetrack, a racetrack which was absolutely heaving during Saudi Cup weekend. What a fantastic weekend of action that was. I still can't believe it was just a week ago, but as you could take you around and show you the full length and breadth of this track, because sometimes when you're watching at home, it's difficult to understand how the track sort of rides. It's a tricky course here. It's a typical oval, but it's a very tricky oval. So follow me along all the way down. I'm not going to rush and make sure we get a nice steady camera shot, but you can see what I need. What's that wire there, Mustafa? Steady on. You can see the bends here that we have. So we have 2 cambered bends on both the dirt and the turf track. The dirt track is obviously a lot wider and the camber is less severe, but there is still definitely a camber, which is why when it rains here in Saudi Arabia, there is always a chance that on the rail it gets quite sticky. I don't know whether anyone watched the film Seabiscuit all those years ago, but they famously said stay away from the rail because the track gets wet and sticky down there. But on the turf track, it's very different. Now we've got the full length and breadth of it because the rail has been moved away, so we're using that strip of ground on the inside, which we saw used so well in the Neom Turf Cup, which was just a stunning victory. Riyashi Sharkey, what a ride. But when he rode this horse, he absolutely pinned himself to the rail, and it just shows how tight it is. It's not quite a hairpin, but it's very, very tight, and it's almost impossible to manage to hold a horse underneath you to get to that bend. So it's so worth acknowledging the riding ability and some of the riding prowess which we've seen over the last couple of weeks. Now, you'll often see on the dirt tracks, especially with the younger horses that are racing, you'll find them sort of drifting on and off the rail as they run around. That's because the turns are just much, much tighter here than it does look like on the television. When you are riding it, you really are having to fight with your outside leg on as much as possible to keep the horse pinned to that rail like a limpet. And what all those runners in behind you are trying to do is they're trying to take one moment where you drift out a little bit to sneak straight back down your inside. It's fascinating to watch. And in this next race, where we've got some really talented local bred runners such as Layla Doro and others, you'll really see them coming to the fore. It'll be a really exciting contest, and you'll see some really good high quality riding. And actually we'll get a great angle of them here because they're just coming into the parade ring underneath us, so you can see all 15 of them have made it into the parade ring, and John Blance can take you through the runners and the riders.
Thank you very much, Callum. Good stuff there from a slightly different vantage point. Horse number 1 is Leila Doro in gate 2. Victor Gutierrez is now, and that's a jockey change from earlier on. Horse number 2 is Thali, Tariq Al Mansour. 3 is Mustahish, Mohammed Al Dahan. 4 is Salfan Abdullah Alofi. 5 is Malafek Asil Al Sahani. 6 is Nema Al Muqtara, Nawaf Al Mudiani. Horse number 7 is Weshawala, Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 8 is EJB, and Salman Al Rashid. Number 9 is Malain, Abdullah Al Hussein. Horse number 10 is Palance, Mohammed Saeed. 11 is Roland, Osama Al Sharani. 12 is Ibn Laboon, that's the man of Naif Al Anazi. 13 is Naja Mosca, Mohammed Al Habib. 14 is Savage, Abdullah Al Kradis. And number 15 is Shaynat Al Hijaz, and it's Wigberto Ramos who is aboard. Great to see Wiggy back in action. So those are your runners and riders for race number 4 as we get back to the gentlemen in the studio.
Yeah, John, thanks very much. John was telling us about the jockey change on the favourite here, which is obviously quite important, and you can expand on that, I think, Tom.
Yeah, Abdullah Al Fayrouz is off his mounts today. Even in the last race, he was supposedly on the 4, but that was Victor Gutierrez as well.
Wiggy's one of my...
Victor is taking over and getting some rides for the White Stable, which is good for him.
Yeah, so he, as you say, picks up the ride here. He picked up the ride in the previous race. He picks up a ride in race number 7 as well. We'll try and get up to date with the other rider changes as we get to the relevant contest. So Leila Dora here, who is the preferred pick in the market of the 2 at the top end, because there's not a lot between that horse and number 4, Salfan, in the betting. They opened 5-4, Leila Dora, now even money, and Salfan has gone from 2-1 from 7-4 out to 2-1, so that's gone the other way for the red stable, 7-1 bar. Those now rated 101 the top horse, rated 103 the 4, so not a lot between them betting wise, not a lot between them ratings. How are you trying to split them, Tom?
Well, I was going to put Leila Dora on top. I have got Leila Dora marked to my main selection, but I know where you're going. So, for the purposes of the competition, I'm going to be with Salfan. Nevertheless, I'll run through some analysis for both of these horses.
Yeah, please do.
That is Leila Dora right there. Lovely looking gelding, 5-year-old now. 8 victories from 18 starts. We can see one of those performances.
Yeah, this was last week, wasn't it? This was in.
It was.
Decent Race Jockey Club handicap.
Yes, but he's been clearly performing below expectations since his 3-year-old campaign. Now, this was a big step back in the right direction from Leila Doro. You can see that he always has early speed. He's always up there in the firing line from the outset. He's just unable to get close to Almabir and Taj Al Anar on this occasion. Now, caveat. The track on Saudi Cup Day, early in the card especially, was riding very fast and favoured front runners. As you got through the card and the sun went down, it did favour more the closers, but still, prominent races were doing very well. Leila Dora was up there. He hangs badly right in the home straight, and he finishes, to my eye, pretty tired.
Yeah.
That being said, if you take Salfan out of this race, he's an absolute good thing on figures. So he must have a leading claims. I just don't trust him, to be honest with you. I don't trust him. And at even money, and considering you're tipping him for the competition, I'm happy to look elsewhere and go with Salfan instead.
Okay, we'll come back to the market rival in a second. Let's head back with more from Callum.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, this is the one Leila Doro gelding. He's gorgeous, isn't he? There's no taking anything away from him. He's a very good-looking individual. He looks classy, and he was a very, very classy 2- and 3-year-old. Just hasn't quite worked out since then. Sorry, 3- and 4-year-old, he was very classy. Hasn't quite worked out this season. Now 5, certainly not had too many miles on the clock. This is only start number 19, and it's just been disappointing this season. And like Tom says, he's hard to trust, but he does look really well in the parade ring, and certainly I've got no negatives about how he's handling himself in the prelims. Let's drop back to Salik, number 2 here. This is a horse who I think is well worth a follow. Ran an absolute stormer to win 2 starts ago, and has always been threatening to run a good race and finally put it all together. Tougher contest last time out, but wasn't disgraced when finishing 7th, and should be right up in the vanguard today. We go straight back to the 4. This is Southfan. I think this is the pick of Tom Collins here. And Tom, if you like Southfan, I've got no negative for you. Looks in rip-roaring shape, doesn't he? Really, really imposing individual. Really stands out in the parade ring. Blood is up. He's got a nice enough walk as well. He really does stretch out with those hind quarters and those hind legs. Really does cover the ground well. He walks with a swagger. He's got a little bit of hip movement to him as well. And certainly a big boy who will be a danger in this contest for Jimmy Jerkins. Now, we will drop back through the field, all the way back down to the 11 and the 12. Really keen to have a look at both of these because a couple of these horses that we know very, very well. The 11 is Roland, partnered by Osama Al-Shahani, who clearly is a jockey in very good form, has been running pretty inconsistently this season, but at his best, he was quite a smart horse. He caught our attention in Thai for last season and then changed hands and was a really well-fancied runner. I think he ended up at the White Stable briefly before coming back to original connections. Has lots and lots of ability, but this season hasn't quite put it all together. Looks in really good shape. Handling the prelims incredibly well, and as you can see, not a lick of condition on him at all. He's a fit of the flea, and hopefully he can run his best race of the season because he'll need to win a race like this. And finally, we'll get to Ibn Laboon, who we've not really seen too much of recently. Returned from a break to finish 6th last time, has some very, very good back form and should not be discounted in a race like this. If he can take another step forward, he could be the fly in the ointment for both the top 2. And my goodness, doesn't he look well in the prelims as well. But if I had to make a paddock pick, it's got to be the 1. But can we trust him?
Yeah, he's on a little bit of a losing run, as Tom was highlighting as well. I think it's 5 or 6 without a victory. We didn't get, though, to talking about the market rival, which you say obviously sort of by default you're going to go with Southfan, who's rated 103. Was rated a little bit higher than that, actually, 111 not too long ago. So what's the positives, negatives even with that horse?
He's won multiple cup races. That's a positive. This is a weaker race than he usually plies his trade in. He's clearly the horse to be on ratings, albeit only £2 ahead of Layla Dora, but also gets 2 kilograms, which equates to £4. So he's technically, on official figures, he's got £6 in hand of Layla Dora, yet he's a bigger price. He's shaped fairly in better events so far this season. This looks a winnable spot for him. It's going to be a match between Layla Dora and Southfan unless they both massively underperform or something else overperforms. At the prices, I'll take Southfan. Considering you and Callum have both put up the 1, I'll take Southfan. There are numerous reasons why I prefer the 4, but to be fair, on figures, he is the one to beat.
Well, he is. He's two pounds ahead, and in theory, could be even better than that, judged on some form not going back too far. Those two obviously are dominating the betting market, the international betting market, to the extent it is 7-1 bar. We've got a couple close up in behind, Neymar Al Matara, the 6 horse at 7-1, and then Ibn Laboon, the 12, who is on 8-1. That 12 horse has only won 1 from 20. The 6, though, less exposed, 2 wins from 7 starts, won a local open last time. You put the 6 in the mix somewhere?
I put the 6 4th here.
Okay.
I don't like the trip, though. That open victory at the start of the month came over 1,200 metres.
Yeah.
Now steps up to 1,600. Big rise. But he's got tactical speed, should be up with the pace early. If he can hold them, I don't know. I'll tell you who I want to win, Southfan, and his trainer, Jimmy Jerkins, is with Callum.
Oh, Tom, that was a marvellous link, and I'm joined by marvellous trainer, Jimmy Jerkins. You've got Southfan here. Tom Collins in the studio really, really likes him.
I hope he's right. He maybe hope the third start back is the charm. He looks, looking at him, I like he's looking fitter. We should make a difference. It's been frustrating because he's been very hard to get fit. He won't do enough in the morning to get him ready. It's no matter what we do, it's really frustrating, and it's strange that a horse would be like that too, because with all the racing he's had in the past. But we put a little blinker cup on him. I don't know, just out of desperation, something to do. Might pick his head up a little bit, but he looks fantastic, and I'm happy with. He looks tucked up a little tighter than with each succeeding start. He seems to look better, fitter. So, trouble is, we're running out of time. There's only a couple of weeks left, so I wish we could have got him wish we could have got him in good enough shape, soundness wise, to get him started earlier. We would have ended up doing a lot better. But here we are. Just hope he can show something a little more today.
How do you navigate this part of the season? Because obviously the aim is all Saudi Cup weekend. You obviously had a runner in the dirt sprint as well. So you're targeting that weekend for the big prize money and the big prizes. Then you get these extra 3 weeks. Does this kind of feel like an overflow of horses that were maybe a little bit slow to come to hand?
Yeah, but you're especially our outfit. We're up for, I think, the championship. So we gotta throw everything out there and within reason to try to win this thing. But yeah, I mean, we still have quite a, we still, even this late in the season, and we still, believe it or not, we've got quite a few more that we can run. So hopefully we have some luck.
Well, the champion owner battle is going to go right down to the wire. You and the Red Stable will be hoping it'll be all yours, and you'll be throwing all guns blazing over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and they will too, I'm sure.
Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, good to hear from him. That was a great question, wasn't it, from Callum, talking about these sort of 3 weeks. We've got these loose 3 weeks at the end of the season, and you're planning for the big week. Well, the big week's been and gone now, but
yes. Well, I suppose the last week isn't really a loose week because there was a Group 1. So it's the last week is where horses that were running in Saudi Cup, and that meeting would be targeted.
That second chance or that extra
yeah.
chance. Yeah,
but this week and next week is just it's. I don't want to use the word fodder, but it is lower tier. We have got some cup races later today, which is fantastic, but generally it will be for horses that, these races are for horses that haven't been able to run for a while. We had a week off before the Saudi Cup week, then we had Saudi Cup week, which featured no maidens. So, for example, all maidens in the country were at least 2 weeks without any possibility of running.
Yeah.
So these last couple of weeks in the season are crucial for them to maybe get one more run in, especially those that are unexposed, and connections have really pinpointed as longer term prospects. If you can get another run in, it will mean the world to that horse over the summer.
I mean, obviously we don't know about dates for next year. We do know that the Saudi Cup is going to be a week early next year, 30th and 14th, which I think is because of Ramadan as much as anything else. But in theory, therefore, you could have 4 weeks potentially, or maybe even likely to have 4 weeks at the end. So therefore, because of this sort of moving feast of the dates of Ramadan and therefore the dates of the Saudi Cup, each season will differ in terms of how it plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't know the dates for next year, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. I presume it'll be similar to this year, but with maybe an extra week, as you say, because the Saudi Cup is a week earlier. I don't really like the idea that some people think the Saudi Cup should be the be-all and the end-all, season done. I kind of like these weeks after, not necessarily to do form study, because they are difficult races, but for other horses that aren't running at that weekend, these weeks are crucial to them.
Market's really interesting here. We know that two horses are dominating, but they're being squeezed a little bit now more by the international market. 10 to 11 about Layla Dora, and back to 15 to 8 Salfan. So everything else now is a little bit bigger than it was. It's 8 to 1 bar the top two, which kind of, I suppose, makes a lot of sense because they do have a big edge on class, really. Yeah,
absolutely. I do want to briefly touch on a couple of others.
Yeah, please do.
You briefly mentioned Ibn Laboon, who's 1 from 20. I don't like him at all, the 12 horse. He's classy, but he really struggles to win. And with Nathan Anazi on board, I think he'll be ridden aggressively, maybe vulnerable late. I prefer, if you're looking for one at a price, well, when I say a price, I mean just not short, not one of the favourites. Melaine, the 9 horse, could run well here. She finished runner-up over 1,400 and 1,600 on her 2 most recent outings. She clearly handles this track and trip well. She probably lacks the class of Layla Dora and Salfan, but equally she could run third, Melaine, and it would be no shock. So if you're looking at one at a bigger price, then she's the one for me. Of the others, like the 25 to 1s plus, they don't have a chance. None of them, really. I understand horse racing, anything can happen, but it would be a major shock if any horse 25 to 1 plus gets involved. The last one I'll touch on is the 2 Thalik, who's 16 to 1. This horse is a veteran, only 6 years old, but has had 61 starts. I mean, that is heavily raced, if I've ever seen it. He caused a shock by winning an 1,800 metre cup race on the penultimate outing, but finished behind Layla Dora last week, and on that evidence, it's hard to suggest the 2 will beat the 1. But he's not a complete, no-hoper in this race. He's got each-way claims. To be honest, I think this is between the 4 and the 1. Whichever horse turns up, will get the job done. I'm going to be with Salfan. You're with Layla Dora.
Yeah, and I do agree with you on Milan as well. I think there's a couple of good place runs in handicaps here. Horse who's now rated 84 but's been elevated was 75, 80, 84. So that's an interesting outsider that, you know, we talked about the previous race, didn't we? Maybe we should have played the forecast, favourite being the second favourite. Maybe the argument here is 149, 419. Who knows? So it's obviously going to be 4 for Tom and 1 for myself and Callum.
It's 1 for me, Daryl. We're teaming up. It's worked before this week. Hopefully it can work again. Yeah, Layla Dora, I'm keeping the faith. Intrigued to see how Roland runs. No Abdul Al-Manif here, though, which would suggest that they're not having high hopes for Roland here. He was on the phone, giving his instructions to Osama Al-Shahani over the phone. Ibn Laboon, I'm really intrigued by. I think there's some tasty back form there, and he's had a run now to set himself right. He wasn't disgraced in that last run either when finishing 6th. I think he'd be an interesting player. Didn't look bad in the parade ring either. Gets the assistance of Nath Al-Nazi as well, who's had a fairly quiet couple of weeks, but does like to chuck in a big race victory every now and then, so keep an eye on him. Alongside the same sort of lines as Mullane, you've got a horse like Palance at 10. Either one of those horses that you just grow to love here in Saudi Arabia. Runs all the time. Remember when he was a baby, he was an absolute nightmare as a youngster last season. Would barely load, spat the dummy out immediately, and has steadily been working out how to run his races. Has only got the 1 victory, but has had a couple of absolutely heartbreaking seconds. But his trip probably is the 1800 metres. He's one of those sort of 1800 metre specialists, and stepped back to the mile today. He might find things a bit too tough, but it's 1 for me and Daryl. It's 4 for Tom. It's a crucial race in the competition, and it's over to our commentator, John.
Yes, our viewers hold their breath as they are loading up for this 4th race on the card. EJB has just gone in. The red stable colours there of Salfan, the first colours carried by Salfan. The white distinguishing cap carried by Ibn Laboon, or carried by Naif Al-Anazi aboard Ibn Laboon. Now the stable hands, who are all decked out in the corresponding colours, of course. Spotted jacket of Malafek to come forward. There is Salfan. Abdullah Alofi aboard. Horse number 13 is Naja Mosca, one of the outsiders. Roland still to go in. Mullane to load as well. Abdullah Al Hussein aboard Mullane. Nearest to us in gate 1 there, Neymar Al Moghtara. We've got this 9 Mullane still to come in. Palance as well. Salfan was offered up there, just backed away, getting the old blindfold treatment now. 5 to go. Mullane to come forward. There is the other really fancied runner, Layla Doro, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Drawn in gate 2, so should get a nice run round. Salfan just got a slightly trickier assignment from stall 9. Of course, those two, Salfan and Layla Doro, are the obvious pick on all known form. Ready. Stand by, gates back, and away they go. Nice start from Salfan. And that one got into a position very easily. It was a slow beginning from Shehanat Al-Ejaz, who lost quite a lot of lengths at the start as they make their way through the early stages. Prominent right down on the rail is Neymar Al Moghtara from that good draw. Malafek is also up at the pace, followed then by the white distinguishing cap of Ibn Laboon. Then Mullane, who races in 4th, followed by the blue and red colours there of Mostahish. Just looking back into midfield, Salfan is in around about 8th or 9th at the moment. Abdullah Alofi seemingly happy to be where he is. Layla Doro right down on the rail. The pair of them almost stride for stride at the moment in mid-division. Driven along now, Ibn Laboon in between the pair. Then towards the back of the field, Savage, and also right at the rear is Shehanat Al-Ejaz. So the field makes its way out of the back straight, and it's Malafek and Asil Al-Sahani, who's out in front by a couple of lengths, to Neymar Al Moghtara, who's gone the shortest way. Mostahish is racing in 3rd, followed then by Mullane, the grey round the outside. Layla Doro's making nice headway right up the inner, and Salfan is covering every move, and now just being nudged along to get into a more prominent posse. After that, we have Wesh Awala. They've turned for home now, and still out in front is Malafek, but they're queuing up in behind. Here comes Salfan now, throwing down a challenge. Layla Doro's got very little by way of a response. That one going back through the field. Mullane is staying on, but it's Salfan for the Jimmy Jerkins barn that goes on now by a couple of lengths as they go inside the furlong. Salfan extending away. Mustahish is in second, then Mullane is staying on in third, then Malafek, who's persevering but racing up towards the line. Salfan getting a bit lonely out in front, but is much the best and wins. Mustahish has finished in second, close for third. They're probably Mullane getting that in the end, staying on into the bronze medal posse. Salfan the winner. How often we say this, but Tom Collins knew. And Salfan for the Red Stable. They've got a good one coming up in the next as well. It's time from the barn of Thema Al Dehani. But it's Jimmy Jerkins who's trained this one to victory. Salfan, always nicely positioned. It was noticeable, Abdullah Ralofi. I think he wanted to keep an eye on where Layla Doro was, but then as they turned for home, Layla Doro's challenge fizzled out, I think would be the politest way of putting it. And Salfan has been too strong. Mustahish has finished in second. Third or so was Mullane, and Weshawala has come home from a long way back to finish in fourth. That was your 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 minute 41.64 seconds, a length and a quarter, the winning margin. I think the winner's probably a bit value for a little bit more than that, but certainly put the race to bed quite a long way out and has scored there, and now boasts the proud record of 6 wins from 19 starts. It's Salfan who scored, and a battle royal at the top of the tipping table as well.
Well, there it was, Salfan. It's one for the Red Stable. It's one for Tom in terms of our competition. And the second favourite has come home in the end ahead of number 3, Mustahish in second. And then Milan, who you liked, and I was kind of nodding in agreement, has made the frame. And Wesh Awala, the 7 in fourth. So it's 4-3-9-7, and the favourite finishes off the ball. Well beaten in the end.
Yeah, he's just untrustworthy, unfortunately. He was a very good 3-year-old, and it's just not... He's not gone through that. I know he ran very well last week, but yeah, he's either not handled the quick turnaround or he's just a horse to not be on side, and I think it might be the latter.
Okay, we're going to go back to Callum. Guess who he's got with him?
Thank you very much, team. Yes, joined by winning trainer Jimmy Jerkins here. He looked better in the parade ring. He applied the blinkers, and it's all worked a treat.
Yeah, it all came together. Good to see him. Like I said, it's a shame we didn't get his act together a little earlier in the season. He might have been tough in that big race that they had last week, you know, but just didn't work out, unfortunately. But glad to see him come back. It's great to see. He's a good old boy.
And Abdullah looked to be tracking Layla Doro all the way around, but ended up going well clear of that rival, and he looked a bit lonely out in front towards the end.
Yeah, well, he's like that. He doesn't do a lot on his own, I'll tell you. I found that out the hard way in the morning. I wish, you know, but God bless him, though. He's been great, and, you know, like I said, it's just a shame we couldn't get him going earlier in the season. We could have had a much more lucrative season, if not, but looks like he can be around another season at least, the way he is now.
Well, that's the exciting thing for him. We are going to let you go, because otherwise I'll get in trouble for holding you up. So go and join the photos for the winning horse.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, there he is, Jimmy Jerkins, celebrating, as indeed those who've supported Salfan will be doing as well. Good selection from Tom in the end. I mean, you know, decisive, and they say the favourite has just, again, has let supporters down badly.
Yeah, as I say, Layla Doro is just not one that I would be with next time. He just hasn't gone on. Salfan is a horse who relatively has improved throughout his whole career. He's been a little bit disappointed in better races recently, but Jimmy's given a reason for that, just there saying they've had issues, and yeah, they haven't managed to get him right. But he's right now. Unfortunately, it's the end of the season.
Yes.
But next year he can come back and, as a 6-year-old still, maybe win something early in the campaign, maybe at Taif, maybe at Riyadh, and then they can really try to pitch him in some of the cup races again.
Yeah, the market was solid for the top 2. It was the second favourite in the end who's come home in front. There you can see a little bit of a pan on the back there from the trainer to the rider, Abdullah Awafi, who has got this his second favourite, this 103 rated horse, top rated, of course, in the field. I mean, shouldn't forget that.
Yeah, it was top rated, also getting 2 kilograms off Layla Doro as well. To be honest with you, I would have had the market between the two I'd have had them very close, not 10 to 11, 15 to 8. I'd have had them more even money the pair. It was a match.
Yeah. Okay.
But Leila Dora has obviously not performed, and Southland has. We should talk about the runner-up, Mostahish. He ran great.
Huge price.
Yeah, 25 to 1, coming into this race on the back of 3 no-show efforts, basically. He ran a great race today to take the runner-up spot. And then Mullane, who we talked about for quite a few minutes before the off, she ran the race we anticipated, finishing 3rd.
Yeah, great run from horse number 3. Of course, Mohammed Aldaran on board that runner-up. He's on the favourite, I think, in the next. But let's just have a look back at the replay. So Southland coming out of 9. Leila Dora was towards the inside in 2.
Southland broke really well and then was taken back by Abdullah Al-Alfi. That was obviously the plan. Leila Dora broke well, not as well as Southland, but was instantly up with the speed and positioned inside under Victor Gutierrez. But the pace right now is set by Malafek and Nima Al-Mokhtara. The latter, in the yellow silks, was one of the horses that was stepping dramatically up in trip and was a clear non-stayer over this distance. Just in behind the pace was Mullane, the grey horse on the outside. She eventually runs 3rd. And also the runner-up, Mostahish, in the blue and the red. So the 2nd and 3rd are always up with the speed, suggesting they didn't go overly quick. You can see Ibn Laboon backpedaling early, the red stable horse. His future is, a big question mark about him moving forward. 1 from 21 now, doesn't warrant his rating. But Southland and Leila Doro, at this stage, it looks like they were cruising into contention. We were going to get the match that we were anticipating. But when the camera angle changed in the live feed, Southland was quite clearly going better than Leila Doro, who's already about to start waving the white flag here at the top of the straight. Abdullah Al-Alfi pitches out wide in between horses with Southland, and he instantly quickens. It's just a matter of whether he was going to switch leads and how quickly he would be able to get the front. Once he doesn't do much, but he's quite clearly a very talented horse, and he's the best of these by some margin.
It was amazing actually how quickly the lights did go out on Lady Dog, because at that moment you're reflecting on they were close up, and look, now there's just nothing, is there? Just fading ever further through the field. But Seyfan has won. I love the conversation that was going on between a couple of our regulars here, George and Mal, as to which horse to be on. George said, I want to be with the 1, Leila Dora, class this horse in the race, should confirm superiority, and Mal was in agreement as well, but unfortunately wasn't to be. We heard from Musically Challenge, who sent a message in Spanish, which I managed to translate eventually, which was kind of like, what does everybody else fancy?
Right.
So I guess might have followed in with the fellow emailers. And Lazario was on the 7. Rosario, I think, was on the 7 4 times, looking at that message. And Fiona's got involved as well, who's Mal's other half, and was with Thalik. So I'm loving the variety of selections. Right. Do you know what? We're halfway through the evening already. We are on to race 5, which is one of the features, the Jockey Club Cup. And we're going to have a strong favourite again, Tom. It's going to be a red stable horse. It's going to be Jardoon. It's going to be Mohammed Aldaran for Thema Aldahani. Looking to go off sort of right about the even money mark, 11 to 10-ish.
Yeah, deserving as well.
Deserving of that.
He's overwhelming favourite in here for me. And if you look at his main market rivals, you've got Tabor Fail, who is very much of the same ilk as Leila Doro, a horse that was very good as a 3-year-old and just not taking steps forward. She would be a hard pass for me. A couple of others in here for the white stable, Ayesa, Daidan. Daidan's a very decent animal. Ayesa, maybe not so much at this stage of his career. Das is a decent performer, dropping down in distance. There are question marks about quite a few of the others. No question marks about Jardoon, aside from the fact that he ran last week. That was it.
Yes, yeah.
But he won. He won last week.
Despite that, okay. Let's tell you what we've got left, actually, still to come, because we are at the halfway stage on this truncated programme. 8 races, 4 to come. The Jockey Club Cup is next, of course. It is an open, 1,400 metres. Then we've got the Arabian, the only Arabian race of the night. That is an open as well. That's over the 1,400. Got a handicap for local and imported horses over 1,600. That's at midnight local time, at midnight 30. Our second feature, the Public Security Department Cup over the 1,600, which is also an open race. And like the race coming up is 150,000 SAR. Right, before the runners and riders, let's go to Callum, who is in the pre-parade room.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, we're going to just have a quick look at horses number 6 and 7 in this contest. We're going to focus on Dars, the 6, who, in my opinion, may be one of the better looking horses here in Saudi Arabia. Absolutely gorgeous individual. With a paddock pick last time he ran a Stormer actually to finish second on that occasion. That's the second time that horse has finished in the runner-up spot, and he just looks in incredible shape today. It just doesn't look like it's taken anything out of him. He's a real stamp of a horse, and a very good looker. Moves powerfully around the parade ring and always shines up well. We'll get him in a good light here once he comes out the shadow, so we'll just stick with him for a couple more strides. Here he comes out into the light, and you can really get a good old look at him. He's well muscled and a good type. Nice dark deep chestnut there, beautiful type. We go back. The 7 is Zaidan in front of me now. Got a big old Roman nose that they hide behind blinkers. He was obviously a horse with a huge reputation last season, won his fair share of very big races as well, and certainly cannot be ignored in this contest. I don't think it's as much of a penalty kick for Jadoun in this race, but I was with Ibn Laboon last time and we saw what happened on that occasion. That was an absolute nightmare. We are going to wait. We'll see Jadoun coming through there. That's the 9 just coming to shot, but the horse I want to peek at is Tabar Fail, the 21. Now, Tom Collins made a very good point that this horse is very much in the same sort of ilk, sorry, 20 I should say, is in this very similar ilk to Ibn Laboon, but we'll get a good look at Tabar Fail because I do think that she is one of my favourites out here. You know when you meet your first love, you can never quite get over them. Tabar Fail is the definition of that. Just a star when we started this channel last season, and really just hasn't quite found that same level of form this season. Wasn't disgraced last time out when finishing third, but she was well fancied to win on that day, and she was beaten, and this looks to be a bit of a harder contest, so I'm intrigued to see how she gets on here. Mustafa, let's just follow her all the way down here, because she is such a good looking steel grey that it's well worth getting a nice up close personal look at her. She's not too imposing, as you can see. She'd only be about 16 hands at best, but what she lacks in size, she made up for an ability last season, but she just seems to be a bit on the downside now, so I'm really concerned about whether she's capable of winning back at this level. Which horse of a completely different ilk is the 22, the last horse here, Mimbaria, who I remember winning last season really early on, and looking like a horse with a bit of ability. You could just see completely different type here, a lot leggier, real stamp of an individual, and very well turned out, looking well in the coat. I think we're at such an intriguing point of this season where you're looking at horses who've either had one run too many or have been left here to pick up a prize late on in the season. John Blance, plenty to get through here. Give us those runners and riders.
Start big field, yeah. We start with Jcsa, horse number 1. Rayan Al Toesh is aboard. 2 is Azam Al Riyadh, the man of Adel Al Faredi. 3 is Ale Waji, Nawaf Al Mudiani. The 4 horses are non-runner. Number 5 is Al Rawawi, the man of Luis Morales. 6 is Dars, Wigberto Ramos. 7 is Daidan, Fawaz Wanas. Horse number 8 is Ibn Al Molhib, the man of Abdulaziz Al Faredi. Number 9 is Jadoun, Mohammed Al Dahan. 10 is Maltka, the mount of Naif Al Nazi. Horse number 12 is Sebut, the man of Abdullah Al Orfi. 11 doesn't run, of course. Number 13 is Saif Al Hijaz, Abdullah Al Kradis. And number 14 is Sameh Al Qatar, Abdullah Al Hussein. 15 is Thawab, Fahad Al Faredi. 16 is Bidawa, Mohammed Al Yami. 17 is Danat Al Afras, Eddie Castro. 18 is Hadabar, Abdulaziz Al Musa. Horse number 19 is Henna Al Jude, and that is the mount of Victor Gutierrez. And number 20 is Tabar Fail, Asil Al Sahani. And still they come, though. 21 is Thunderstorm, Osama Al Sharani. And last but not least, number 22, Minbaria, the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. Back to Callum we go.
Thank you very much, John. Yeah, we've had a look at most of the ones that I wanted to peep at, but let's take a look at Jadoun, the 9 here. Won an International Jockeys Challenge race last time out under Mohammed Al Daham, and he keeps the ride today. So this is a horse that'll mean an awful lot to Mohammed, and is a real stamp of an individual. If we get a view just in behind, though, you can see just some rub marks here. It's obviously had a bit of rug rub just in behind there, as you can see, just right on his withers. He's on his hindquarters, I should say, not his withers, on his hindquarters. He's got a little bit of a rub there, but nothing to be concerned about. He looks really well muscled. He's shining up in the coat. It's hard to believe he ran only last week, and I think Tom could be right here. He's certainly a paddock eye catcher. The form looks good, and it didn't look like he ran last week. Cross noseband on to give Mohammed a little bit of extra help, but he's probably going to be very, very hard to beat. Mustafa, just stay with me now and spin directly behind you. We'll get a good shot of all the white stable riders with Talal bin Shuraim, who is just in front of us now. You'll be able to see the caps here. So you've got the green cap, the red cap, the white cap, and the blue cap here for the team white stable, which will be really intriguing to see how they all get on. You've got a Phil Al-Farouz there as well. He's in shot. Fawaz Wanas is there as well. Abdullah Al-Farouz is there. Naif Al-Nazi is there as well. All the big name jockeys here riding for the white stable. Talal bin Shuraim will be ordering team tactics and making sure everyone does the best they can, but it'll be a hard job trying to beat Jardoun. But if there's one stable that needs to do it, it's the white stable in this really tight Owners' Championship.
Thank you very much, Callum. So jockeys gathering, and very shortly they'll be asked to take to their mounts for this Jockey Club Cup. So good race coming up, 75,000 up for grabs for the winner, which is, of course, 50% of the purse. That is how it is calculated. 20% then goes to connections with the runner-up. And the top of the market here is Jardoun in the red stable colours. I'm going to show you some fresh winning form. This is just last weekend. It was the Jockey's Challenge race over the 1,400 metres on this occasion.
Crucially, he's 5 wide in the whole course of that run. Now, we've seen so far this year that being wide is actually not positive. I say that like, well, why would you assume it was? Well, last year, actually being wide was a bit of a positive. You kind of got a slingshot around the turn. The track seemed to ride better towards the middle than the rail. This season, that's not the case. So he had to endure a 5 wide trip and still got the job done. Equally, there were 5 horses on the speed. He was the only one to sustain his effort. All the others weakened back to midfield or worse. It was a very good performance.
Yes, very good performance. And here is the 14 we're looking at now, Summer Al-Khater. This form is from the beginning of February, winning a maiden on this occasion.
Yeah, he's a huge price today, 40 to 1. I've got this horse 4th in.
Goodness.
Yeah,
okay.
I think the price is wrong. But anyway, he surged from off the pace to win this contest over course and distance. He's open to a lot of improvement. Now, there are 2 caveats, well, 3 caveats. 1, he's a maiden now stepping up into a cup race, big increase in class. 2, draws wide in stall 17, not ideal. 3, I personally don't think the rider's very good. So they're your negatives. The positive is he's open to a huge amount of improvement, and his price is probably 2.5 times bigger than it should be.
Yeah, just trying to work out the reason, logical reason as to why that horse is such a big price. 1 win from 21, 1 win from 2. Yeah, don't know.
Well, just to give some context here, the 15 horse, Thawab, is rated 75, so £5 higher, but his 1 from 10 also comes in off the back of a first-time victory, a maiden victory. That horse is 16 to 1, Sameh Al-Khater's 40 to 1. I don't think much separates them. I think Sameh Al-Khater should be around 16, 14 to 1. And therefore, if you are looking for a big price each way play, the 14 would be the one. However, I don't think he'll manage to get anywhere near Jardoun.
Yes, that's the horse they've got to beat, of course, who is the 11 to 10 favourite, remains the 11 to 10 market leader at the moment. 3 wins from 11 so far, and has been sort of, improving, was rated in the high 60s not that long ago. Now we're talking about a horse who has breached the 100 barrier.
And he draws better today, so we could see even further improvement. We saw that 5 wide trip last week, where he draws stall 5. He's going to be up with the pace, but he's not going to be 5 wide, that's for sure. He might get a rail sit if he's lucky. So we'll see how this race transpires for him, but he's way the horse to beat, and if he runs back to that race last time, he will win.
Now, he's getting better and better in terms of ratings, but the second favourite, who is Tabar Fowl, the 20 horse, rated 97, but was rated well in excess of 100 not that long ago. So I suppose the question is she as good as she was?
No. She was 4 from 4 to start her career. Now she's
Right.
4 from 8. Her recent runs look okay on paper, placed efforts, but she's been racing against much weaker opposition. She's been odds-on favourite the last twice and lost. One of those, she was 2 to 5. She finished second. Callum said in the pre-parade when we saw her that she's a very diminutive filly. She's only, well, Callum said barely 15 hands.
Yeah.
That would kind of go into the same category as what I'm saying, not improve from 3 to 4, purely because she doesn't have the size and scope to progress. Look, she was a very good horse last season, but sometimes you've got to take angles with horses like this. I tried to do it with Layla Doro, albeit I wasn't going to, but I did. This filly I am dead against, and I'm hard opposing. She's not in my top 4.
Right. Okay. So Precocious Salt has just not,
Yeah.
not gone on from that really. That's what we're dealing with.
Yep.
Top one here. I'm wondering is the top one in your top 4 here? Jcsa, who's won 1 from 5, rated 94, which would put him in 4th, I think, in the rating. No, 3rd in the rating. Joined 3rd in the ratings.
Yes. He's unexposed. He won on debut over 1600 at Taif, and then subsequently hasn't managed to match that. Now, again, with him, I'm unsure whether he relishes this surface. I think it would be better suited again to switch him back to Taif. But you don't really know where his upside is. He's still lightly raced, so you can't completely scrub him off. But he has got the same rating as Didan, the 7, and I think Didan's done way more than Jcsa actually in terms of form. Didan.
Yeah, definitely second in a local Grade 1.
So why is that horse 94 and Jcsa 94? That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. My issue with the 7 is the trip.
Yeah, very one-paced over shorter distances.
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with you.
So we got a favourite who's 11 to 10. I mean, is 11 to 10 not generous? But
I think it is generous.
You do?
No,
okay.
I do.
You go as far as to say that. Yeah.
He surely warrants more than the 48, 47% share of the market, whatever it is. I would have him in odds on, to be honest with you. I'd have him 4 to 5, 8 to 11. I think that'd be a fair price. Didan, I'd have second favourite alongside Taberfail. I mean, you have to have Taberfail short as a trader in the international market purely on what she did last year. And what she did this year, she would be a double-figure price, but she has to be up there. I think Didan also warrants being second, third favourite. Das is the other one we should talk about, the 6 horse.
6 horse, yeah.
But again, it's another one that is just not suited by the trip. He's been running over 2,000, 1,800 metres. He's a lovely type. I've tipped him the last twice, and he's run second both times. Usually with those types of horses, I would easily jump off and say, well, not again. That's so frustrating. But he always tries. He tries his heart out off the front. Wigberto Ramos is the usual rider. I don't know whether he's got the tactical speed to go forward in a 1,400 metre race. But if he gets on the front end, he will keep responding.
So obviously what we're getting now is we're getting to the last 2 weeks of the season, and quite frankly, we're going to get instances where trainers are going, I need a race over this distance. I don't have one.
Yeah. The programme doesn't cater for all horses in the space of 3 weeks. So if Abdullah Al Saif wants to run Das, then maybe, I haven't seen the programme, but maybe there isn't a 2,000 metre dirt cup race.
I mean, I could look it up, but the point is that there probably isn't.
There probably isn't.
Yeah.
And this is just a spot that they're able to run in. So he's inconvenienced by the distance, but equally, on a talent level, he's bang up there. It's just, can he be versatile trip-wise?
So this is one of the sort of the advantages, I suppose, for those who are prepared to do the in-depth study, or at least rely on yourself or Rory to do that kind of in-depth study, where horses are going to be running in races that really they don't suit.
Yes.
For a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
And you're going to get those kind of force players almost, a force market.
Yeah, for sure. And also in Saudi Arabia, it's a weird thing that we don't see anywhere else in the world. Maybe we do actually see in the US a little bit. Trainers are keen to just pitch their horses in at different distances constantly. In the UK, you would never get that.
No.
Ever.
No.
In the US, maybe.
I was going to say the US would
yeah,
have, wouldn't it,
a little bit. You'd get maybe a debutant run over 6 or 5 and then go up to a mile and then drop back.
Yeah.
But here, it's like we'll run when there's a race, full stop.
And what do you make of that method of attack?
Well, look, we get big fields. It's competitive racing, so I have no negative things to say as a viewer, as an onlooker. If I was in the trainer's shoes, I probably wouldn't adopt similar tactics to that. But if the horses want to run, then the horses want to run, you know.
And there'll be occasions, of course, where it works, but there'll also be instances where, for a form analyst, where you're thinking, this is just not the right trip, and this horse is being priced on what it's done, but over a completely different mileage.
Well, that's kind of what we've got here with a couple of them.
Yeah.
At least the 2 horses in Didan and Das who are dropping down, at least they've got talent, so they're not a complete scrub off. There are, I think there's actually an example in a later race, not the cup race, but maybe the Arabian race later, where there's a horse that's switching distances and just has no chance. It just shouldn't be in the race. But at least these two, on form, warrant their place in the field.
Okay, they're gathering down at the start, and the first of the features, the Jockey Club Cup. Well, it has to be Jardoon, horse number 9. In terms of selection?
Yes, Jardoon for me as well. By the way, I don't know if John said this in the Runners and Riders, but that is a Sil Al Sahani on Tabor Fail. From what I just saw there, that's not Abdullah Al Farouz, of course, who's not riding today, but it looks like a Sil Al Sahani's picked up the mount on the 20 horse.
On the 20, okay, so let's just see if we've got a confirmation of a change on the 20. I can't see a change on the 20 on the screen I'm looking at, but
it definitely was.
May have happened later. We're going to go to Callum to find out whether he is jumping on board this jolly old Jardoon bandwagon.
It's a tough one, boys. Firstly, it is definitely a Sil Al Sahani on board Tabor Fail. He'll be going in the blue cap on that little diminutive grey. Hard to see her in this race. The concern I have is a lot of these horses ran last week and were beaten in tough races last week. The Al Mabia race, that big $1.5 million local horses handicap, it's always a cracking race, but it's always an absolute bum fight all the way around. And horses like Zaydan, who were beaten in that, I would be steering clear of here. But Zaydan's got better form than Tabor Fail, even as a juvenile and even more now as an older horse. So you almost, as much as you love Tabor Fail, I just wanted to see her against her own sex. To be honest, I just want to say, just take on fillies with her. She's good. She's really good. The pick for me will be Dars, though, here. That is why I'm going a little bit against the train. I just thought that horse looked really, really well in the prelims. Jardoon also looked well, but I just had to tip with Dars. John Blance, the boys are on fire. Tom Collins is cooking. Can he get another one with Jardoon?
Well, we were talking about John Blance fans earlier on, of which there are none, but there are plenty of Tom Collins ones. And they'll be steaming into Jardoon, and a very strong case has been made for that. The 5 to move forward, Al Rawi in the hands of Luis Morales. The 7 is Daidan. Plenty of white stable runners to look out for here. Daidan, the white cap, Issa, the green cap, the blue cap of Tabor Fail, the red cap of Maltka. I think that's all the caps accounted for. Ezem Al Riyadh to go in, the 17 to come forward as well is Danat Alafraz, and then we have Issa, the 1, and the 9, Jardoon, to just about complete the lineup. So we are ready for the Jockey Club Cup. 1,400 metres on the dirt. They're off and racing. And Jardoon got a pretty good start. Gets into a nice early prominent position there in the red colours. Also up with the pace in the early stages is Saif Al-Hijaz, another one that's prominent as well. One of those red stable runners is Issa in the green cap. The white distinguishing cap for the other red stable runner is Thawab, and then towards the outside as well, one that's making a little bit of early progress in the green colours there is Tabor Fail, as they make their way towards the end of the back straight now, and there's plenty of competition on for the leadership here. Saif Al-Hijaz has just about gone on. Here now comes Tabor Fail towards the outside. The white distinguishing cap of Thawad is racing in 3rd position. Favourite in 4th, Jardoon, just being asked a question or two to get a little bit closer. Then Sebut, who's round the outside. They're levelling up for the judge very shortly, and it's the other red stable that leads at the moment, Thawab. But Jardoon is now making up terrific ground right round the outside and has swept to the front. Jardoon in the twinkling of an eye in the hands of Mohammed Aldaham. 3, 4, 5 lengths clear, and inside the final furlong now. They ain't going to be catching this one. Staying on strongly is Daidan into a good 2nd, and then in 3rd was Thawab. But as they race well inside the final half furlong now, Jardoon is going to score. Staying on very strongly and eye-catchingly was Daidan in 2nd. 3rd horse home was Hadaba, and the 4th across the line could well have been Saif Al-Hijaz. No doubt about the winner, Jardoon. Just there was a moment or two as they turned for home when he was being asked a question or two from Mohammed Al-Daham, but quickly and decisively went past the rest of the field there and went on to score. Daidan has finished in 2nd. That's a 1-2 for the Brains Trust here on the Saudi broadcast. Jardoon for Tom Collins and Daidan for Callum Helliwell. So well done to all concerned. They were the first 2 home. The third was Hadaba, and Thawab it was who did finish in fourth, managed to stick on to the line. There was a right old bun fight for fifth, but Jadoon in a time of 1 minute 26.97 seconds, far too good for them. Another winning favourite here at Riyadh this evening. The Jockey Club Cup goes the way of Jadoon and trainer Thama Al Dahani and jockey Mohammed Al Daham.
So there is Jaldoon coming home. It is our fourth winning favourite of the evening. Well done to Mohammed Al Daham and Thama Al Dahani, who's teamed up again. The Red Stable have gone back to back, haven't they, with two successive winners. There's the four results: 7 Daidan second, Hadaba in third, number 18, and Thawab, the 15 horse, finishing back in fourth. We've had four winning favourites and a second favourite, and Callum can tell us more about this particular winner.
Thama Al Dahani getting the congratulations from the rest of the team here, as Jadoon had absolutely bolted up. Wow, very impressive. Second win in 2 weeks.
Yeah, he's a sprinter. He's a real sprinter. I'm happy with him in the work. I told Mohammed, try to escape because Daidan is a good horse, and he do it perfect, alhamdulillah.
And Daidan ended up closing the gap late on, but Mohammed had won the race early. He made that move early, too far clear.
Yeah, because my horse, he loved the 7 furlong. I told Mohammed, from the 2 furlong, try to go.
Now, we'll keep walking with you and talking with you here, because I just want to talk about how this season has been, because I think this horse really has shown what a fantastic year you've had, because it just seems to be every single big race, every single cup race, every single international race. Thama Al Dahani as a horse is well involved.
Yeah, he's a real good horse. He's a machine horse. Since Prince Faisal bought him, he won 3 in a row. I'm happy because for Prince Faisal.
And it's not the first horse Prince Faisal has bought from you either.
Yeah. He bought the other on the way to Excel also, and I think we do the best for him.
You certainly do. Well done. Congratulations. Go and celebrate with your winner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, there is Thama Al Dahani, who will be with Jadoon, who continues his good run of form since joining the team of Prince Faisal bin Khalid. And it's a really, really good horse. Like I said, boys, there was very little to pick between him and Dars, and obviously I've gone Dars, which, as Tom Collins has absolutely perfectly described, did not handle the drop in trip. Daidan ran arguably probably his best race of the season today. I thought that was a really good performance, considering he also ran last week, but they just couldn't get near this horse. And Mohammed Al Daham, who's on board, has just timed that ride to perfection, because he's stolen a march on the field when he needed to. And as Daidan has absolutely flown home late, he's not been able to bridge the gap because he's just too far clear. And Mohammed Al Daham will be over the moon to have a second win in 2 weeks aboard this horse, continuing to try and close that gap in the Jockeys Championship. I tell you what, someone will be unhappy is Adel Al-Faredi, who loves getting a ride in these Red Stable Silks, but isn't getting this one. So there'll be, I'm sure, some tough faces in the weighing room here, but we'll watch the winning jockey get weighed in, and once he gets weighed in, we will go and grab a quick word with him. Mohammed, just come over this way, please. Congratulations, that's his... very quickly, that's his second win in 2 weeks. Well done.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Thanks, the owner and the trainer.
And you kicked clear very early today, and it worked?
Yes, yeah, because, race fast. And me, the gate inside, this is sometimes not very good. But alhamdulillah, my horse is very good. I take the road. I can go when I want to go.
He was very good, and you were very good. Well done.
Thank you, welcome.
So there it is, Jadoon, another well-fancied horse, comes alive here on this Saturday night at Riyadh, and here he's about to storm to victory.
Yeah, it's just a great performance. What we expected, really. He was as I said at the top of the show, I thought he was the most obvious favourite of the day, despite Messamir, obviously, earlier on, having that bigger gap in official figures. But Yeah, if he repeated his win from last week, he was going to come and win this race, and he did do that. I liked the ride. I thought it was patient.
Yeah, okay.
Just in behind the speed, capitalised on the home turn, and yeah, there were a couple of closers making up some ground late, but he never really was in any kind of threat of losing. He breaks on top, Jardoon. Red Silks from gate 5, breaks lovely, and Mohammed isn't keen to immediately get across to the rail. We see that over longer distances because obviously during the intersection you don't want to distract the horse from running in a straight line, but over this trip it's just rail throughout, and he could have gone across immediately. Decided not to. Sat in the second flight in behind a couple of tearaway front runners. They went very hard up top. One of those included Tabor Fail, who just didn't perform again. I think she's done, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be rushing into her by any means in any kind of race. But he's Jardoon in 4th right now, just waiting and waiting, patiently looking to see where the gap's going to open up. The red sable horse pushes forward. That is Thawab. Mohammed knows to follow that horse at this stage.
Yep.
And when he lets the handbrake off here, he picks up instantly, quickly gains the distance between himself and Thawab, goes a length clear, 2 lengths clear, and at this stage you could pause it and say we know the winner. He's going further and further ahead. Now, Didam ran a great race to finish 2nd, but he's, much like we were saying, needs 1,600 metres, and he ran like a horse that needs 1,600 metres.
Yeah, all the best work late on from the runner-up, as you can see, over the 1,400 today, and they are stringing out, aren't they, further back to Hadabari gets up for 3rd. That's the 18 and the 15. Farwad, the other red stable horse, hanging on for the minor spoil. So it was 9, 7, 18 and 15, and yeah, another one going to the form book here, I guess you could say.
Yeah, the 18 horse that ran 3rd. It's very frustrating, Hadaba. Tipped her in it was the championship of the racecourses contest a few weeks back, and she ran 2nd to a horse called Anna Kalesia, who subsequently came out and lost. But she was just really disappointing that day in a race where she should have gone close. She was rated in the 90s. Now the handicap has dropped all the way down to 81, and he's just going to punish her, and he's going to put her back up in the 90s because she's run relatively close to Didan and also Jardoon. She's a frustrating type, Hadaba, but she's got lots of ability. And in finishing 3rd, I suppose at least she provides connections with a good prize pot.
Yeah, this is the Jockey Club Cup, of course, and there's the presentation. Be a lovely trophy to take away, of course, for those winning connections. And we go back to back, don't we, for the red stable for Prince Faisal bin Khalid. Takes a 2nd victory of the night. And there is Mohammed Al-Daham, of course, is having such a wonderful season, of course, battling out that Jockeys Championship. And, well, it might go right the way down to the wire in a couple of weeks' time before we know the... For the eventual winner, but we're trying to get a score update on that championship, hopefully at some stage during the rest of the evening. We'll try, because we've only got 3 races to come, so the clock is ticking, and after the celebrations there of that victory in the first of the feature races, there you go, what a wonderful moment, and a runner very much living up to all expectations. So we're going to go on to the only Arabian horse race next. Before we do that, talking of scores, I'm feeling quite proud actually, Tom, because you told me to get to 10 winners in the competition is a respectable benchmark.
Yes.
So 10 here, 9 for your good self.
Yes.
And I think Callum is on
7.
On 7.
Yes.
Okay.
So we've still got it between us now. I think Callum's out the reckoning. 3 races to go. As long as I get to 10, I'm happy in defeat. But yeah, 10 is like...
He's never happy in defeat,
well,
I can assure you of that.
On camera, I'll be happy in defeat.
Yes.
10 is the ballpark of having a good week, so well done for hitting that number.
Thank you very much, yes.
And it'll be interesting to see how this in-studio competition pans out for the remaining 3 races.
Yeah, it's like a game of chess now. I tell you what, I daren't take my hand off my next piece. Tom will be straight in there. Now, at the start of the week, Adel Al-Faradi was 10 in front, 82 to 72 over Mohammed Al-Daham. And Camille Espina was on 70. So those were the scores at the beginning of the week. Now, Espina had, I think, 4 winners over the first couple of days.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they've had a good. They will score well this week.
Yeah, you're going to have to leave that with me. I'll try to do some calculations when we get back in vision after the next race, and I'll give some updated stats.
We will get the absolute updated scores as they stand, hopefully in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Right, to the Arabian race coming up, which is race number 6. It is an open race. So let's show you indeed where this race figures in the rest of the evening schedule, because we are coming to the final 3 races. So there we are. This is the 11:30. It doesn't feel like it's nearly 11:30 at night, to be quite honest. I thought it was the middle of the afternoon. I looked around. It's obviously been dark for a good few hours now, but it doesn't feel like it's nearly 11:30. Then at midnight, it's the handicap 0 to 80, which is local and imported horses. That's a good purse, 120,000 Saudi Riyal. And then the Public Security Department Cup is the 1600 metre second feature, which comes up at midnight 30. So the runners are in the pre-parade ring here. Rakud Al Ansari, 15 horses, the international pick at 13 to 8 over Katir Al Khaladir, who is on 2 to 1, and then 5 to 1 is Fake, and it is 7 to 1 number 3 Fahad Al Muad. So we are just waiting for the riders. Here they are about to come into the centre of the parade ring. They've just left their jockey's room, which is just to the left as you look at those pictures. And we will check out these runners very shortly. Got a field of 19 originally, but it has been reduced by 1 because number 9 is a non-runner. And John is going to take us through those remaining runners in the 6th, John.
Yeah, welcome back to the booth, and we're going to be seeing the runners very shortly. Asaf Al Khaladir, stand by for a few Al Khaladirs here. Asaf Al Khaladir is horse number 1 in the hands of Essa Al Shamari. 2 is Bisat Al Ri, Tariq Al Mansour. 3 is Fahad Al Muad, Mohammed Al Daham. 4 is Hazim Al Burak, Rakan Al Abeid. 5 is Ikan de Bozul, French bred, Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 6 is Kazaz, Mohammed Al Yami. 7 is Khatir Al Khaladir, Abdullah Al Kradis. 8 is Leoyun Shaka, the man of Osama Al Sharani. 10 is Muazzez Al Khaladir, Fahad Al Faradi. Right, here they are, by the magic of television, ladies and gentlemen. Asaf Al Khaladir, Bisat Al Ri, Fahad Al Muad. Then we've got Hazim Al Burak, Ishan de Bozul, and Kazaz. So the first 6 there in this quite big field of Arabians as well over the 1400. Then we've got Khatir Al Khaladir, Abdullah Al Kradis. 8 is Leyoun Shaka. I've got a second chance to do that. Osama Al Sharani is a top. 9's a non-runner. 10 is Muazzez Al Khaladir, Fahad Al Faradi. 11 is Own. Hope that one gets involved in the finish. Fawaz Wanas. Horse number 12 is Shibul Gouda, Asil Al Sahani. Number 13 is Turek Al Naif, Naif Al Anazi. Horse number 14 is Apache, Nawaf Al Fairuz. Rakud Al Ansari, Abdullah Al Hamis. Horse number 16 is Fake, the man of Abdullah Al Hussein. Horse number 17 is Jcsa Al Thab, Nawaf Al Mudiani. 18 is Montera Al Amal, Mohammed Al Habib. And last and definitely not least, ladies and gentlemen, is Riyadh Al Bar, the mount of Thab Al Timyat. So there we go. We got the runners and riders. Hope you enjoyed them. Here's Callum.
What a privilege it is to have John Blanc and the magic of television together. And what a privilege it is to see the one Asaf Al Khaladir. When you talk about flashy chestnuts, they don't get more flashy than this one. Absolutely gorgeous coat, 4 white socks and a big white face. It's my absolute dream pony. So if when this one retires, I'd like to take it home. Thank you very much. A rating of 79 suggests it might have a chance of being placed in this race as well. Really good mover, absolute paddock eye catcher. Just a lovely, lovely sort. Let's pull our way back. Right back to the 7. This is Khatir Al Khaladir, Abdullah Al Kradis' mount. Just been getting a little bit revved up in the parade ring, this grey with the blue headgear on. You just see, coming towards me now, it's just a little bit on edge here. You want him to be a little bit more settled, but he's just a little bit on his toes. He had a bit of a snort, a bit of a squeal as he walked around as well, and was just getting a little bit above himself. But he's a nice looking type. He's clearly well muscled and ready to go. He's got a lovely bit of definition in the hindquarters. His blood is right up. You can see the blood vessels on show. and there's a lot to like about him on form as well. The only concern is he running his race too soon? But he looks fantastic and certainly has to make your shortlist. Let's pull back to the 10. Muazzaz Al-Khalidiyya. Connections that we know are very dangerous in this type of company. Farhad Al-Faradi in the plate as well. Nice looking type here, very well put together. Not the biggest, not the most imposing, but a nice look. A 6-year-old now, so isn't going to grow much more than this, but carries some decent form into the race and looks well in the parade ring. A nice walker, very active walk, a nice stride, but just clearly not the biggest on show. Let's drop back to the 11 Own. This is a consistent performer, although the last couple of runs haven't been the best, but they've been in much tougher races than this. Owns a lovely type, a good mover as well. Fawaz Wanas gets the spin today. He knows what he's doing in these purebred Arabian races. He's won a couple of big pots this season. He'll be hoping to add another one today. We'll go back to the 13 here. This is Tariq Al Naif, who's just a really, really gorgeous type. He's only run 3 times in Saudi and won on the second start and was 4th last time out. Clearly a really, really good looking type, and is just having a little moment to relieve himself, but he's a nice type and he's walking well. He's walking really nicely. He's got a little bit of a swing to the hips as well. He's got a nice shine to the coat. He's got a bit of a staccato action in behind. It's a bit choppy, but there's no doubt he's a really nice type, and he's got some gorgeous quarter marks on as well. He's been very well turned out by the team, and certainly on looks he has to make your short list here. Finally, we're just going to have a peep at horse number 15, Rakud Al Ansari. Is today going to be the day for the mighty Rakud Al Ansari, an absolute legend of a filly? Well, she's a mare now, the 5-year-old. She does so well at Taif. She's a really good looking mare, isn't she? She just really catches the eye. She's got a lovely temperament about her. At this trip, she's got that really high cruising speed. She doesn't find much for pressure, but if she travels into the race like a good thing, she hasn't got some of those big names that have been beating her this season in this race. I really like her here, and I think she's going to be the paddock pick for me. I think it's all about the Rakud Al Ansari. Let's look at a couple more just in behind us here. We'll look at the 18 and 19 in this field, just the last 2 because they're worth noting for connections. The 18 is Montera Alamal. Last run was very disappointing and still looks quite wintry in the coat. I'd probably be looking elsewhere, and still a 4-year-old, so gets plenty of weight. And we'll just steady up now, Mustafa, just be careful here, and then we'll just get this last one here. This is another 4-year-old, Riyadh Al-Bar, a winner 4 starts ago, but 3 duck eggs next to the name since. But again, these 4-year-olds in this type of race are always worth following. Only 55 kg on the back, as you can see. The tiniest saddle available for Saab Al-Timyat, who is a jockey now, fully professional, who is very, very talented. But boys, if I had to pick one, it's all about Rakud Al Ansari.
Yeah, it can only have one. It can only have one, of course, as we get down to the 6th race. So jockeys about to make their way towards their mounts. We know how the market's been so significant tonight in terms of the market leaders doing well, and we're going to show you the 2 market leaders actually for this race. So I guess you can pick between the 2, perhaps. I don't know.
Talking about picking between the 2,
yes.
Which way are you going to be going here, Darryl?
Do you want me to say now? I'm probably leaning towards the 7 more than the 15.
Okay.
But leaning towards, not fully committed.
Well,
this stage.
Here is the 7.
So here is the 7, who is running on nicely the grey in the closing stage, albeit as well held 4th. This race was back on the 8th of February, so this was just 3 weeks ago. 11 wins from 33 starts so far. Has got form over 1,600 metres. This is 1,400 metres today, however, but well held on that occasion. So probably maybe not the best example, perhaps, of what the 7 can do.
His penultimate win was impressive, though.
Yes, yeah, it was in an open in January. And here's some turf form for the market rival Rakud Al Ansari.
Yeah, this was, watch this interference here, by the way. On the outside, green and white, ready, and bang. No chance after that. Ran great to finish 3rd. The problem with this is that the main form players didn't show up in this race. On the outside, that is Al Nasrallah. She came back and subsequently been defeated. The winner, I think, is called Shafa Al Hazm, who was a big price on this occasion and got a great ride. It basically opened up like the Red Sea in front of him, and Naif Al Anazi snuck through. So I don't really know how you can use that form and pitch in at this level. Different surface, different kind of race. Look, these are the two most prolific horses by far. Qatir Al Khalidiyya, 11 wins. Rakud Al Ansari, 8 wins. Both around 30% in their career. And the others aren't at that level.
No, I mean, yeah.
From a prolific nature.
Well, in terms of ratings, there's a couple that are not too far away.
Yeah.
16 horse is rated at 106 compared to the two favourites, which are 109, the 7, and 104, the 11.
How many victories has that horse got?
It's had 0,
right.
Tom, from only 7 starts. And look, if I'm going to put a positive shine on the 16 chances here, I don't particularly fancy Fake, but has been going up in the handicaps, gone up from the 80s to 106, so is progressing. But
is this not an instance of
winning?
Is this not an instance of the handicapper punishing a horse
who's running well
running well but not running well enough?
Yeah, I don't want it on my side, but
I'll tell you why I say that. January the 21st, 2 runs back. Fake runs 3rd of 17 in the King Abdulaziz Cup. Clearly a career best, massive career best. Going into that race was rated 81. Was given a £21 hike, and then last time finished 5th in a similar open to this. I don't think he warrants the mark, is what I'm saying. I think he's probably a 90 horse, and therefore, considering he's facing proper 110 horses, I can't have him.
Okay, so going the other way is the horse that John wants to call in the finish, which is Own, who's only won 3 from 27, but was running in the mid 110s, is now on 104. Was actually in a key race last time with a few of these 1600 metre open back on the 8th of February, where about 5 of these I think ran in the same race, including the favourite who did best in them, but only marginally best of them.
Yeah.
So that horse has got form above this level.
Yes, he also ran 2nd, and I remember this last year. He ran 2nd to Asfan Al Khalidiyya at Taif, and he was a clear-cut 2nd, a good 2nd, but he just doesn't seem to have progressed. He's been a little bit frustrating for my money this year. I tipped him 3 races back where he ran 2nd, but it was a very winnable race, and he should have won on form, and he didn't. And therefore, as a disloyal, whatever the word is, punter, I would not be looking at Own here. I'd be avoiding.
Can't be loyalty in punting, Tom. I mean, it's not possible, is it?
Tell the people at home.
All right, people at home. Back the horse that you believe will win, as opposed to the horse that you just love. I bet this horse every time. Loyalty win for you.
Loyalty is huge, but it's not the right thing. Yeah. We agree with that.
Loyalty in life is brilliant.
Oh yeah.
Loyalty in punting,
awful.
Yeah, absolutely. Mal's on a winner and a forecast. Now we're rolling, he says. Now we're rolling. We're talking about loyalty in punting. If you've just joined us tonight, welcome along. YouTube channel bringing the English-speaking service from Riyadh. It's the Jcsa action. Maybe you're seeing this for the first time. If you are watching, you'll see that you can comment on what you're seeing. We'd love to hear from you, your views. Where are you watching? What brings you to the programme today? Here it is nearly 11:30 at night. We're into the night-time season with Ramadan, of course, having started today. But maybe where you are, maybe you're already well into Sunday, maybe you're still sort of Saturday afternoon. Who knows? Let us know where you are, and we will give you a mention. So, decision time. I'm sticking with 7.
Okay, good. Yeah,
that's good for you. Okay,
I'll be with the 15, Rakud Al Ansari. Okay. One of us should win this race.
Would you would that have been your first choice if I'd gone the other way? Would you have?
I'd have been with the 7.
You would have been with this. Yeah. But who do you want to be with?
Well, I think the 7 is the horse to beat. But I will take Rakud Al Ansari on the surface switch and for the competition purposes. To be honest with you, I don't think there much separates them. I think they're similar types. And if I'm sat at home, I wouldn't be having a play in the race. But for our competition, I'll take the 15. Can I quickly mention the 10? Because we haven't talked about Muazzez Al Khalidiyya. If you're looking at one for a price, Muazzez Al Khalidiyya is the one. 16-1, I think this horse is. Improving grey sort, finished well from off the pace in a 75 to 95 handicap last month. He will run home strongly. I don't think he'll challenge for the victory, but I wouldn't be surprised if he ran second or third.
16 was a lovely price. Unfortunately, that's all a bit of history now. It's 11.
Oh, well. Some other people have read the form as well.
Others have read the form, but yeah, just the 6 wins, the 2 wins so far. So they are arriving down at the start. This is race number 6 on the programme this evening. So we've locked our selections into the wherever we locked them into, and we're going to find out who Callum. Who are you with, Callum?
Oh, boys. Loyalty gets you nowhere in punting. Loyalty has taken me to some beautiful places with Rakud Al Ansari, and we're going to stick with it here. Absolutely physically assaulted in the last race on the turf in that very, very valuable Al Manifa qualifier. I am utterly convinced that this horse, who has form on dirt, is just too good for these. This is a big old drop in class, and you'd be hoping that Rakud Al Ansari can do the job today. I mean, the winner of that ran in the Al Manifa last time. No discredit getting well beaten in one of the most valuable turf purebred Arabian races in the world, and I'm hoping that Rakud Al Ansari can do the business today. The 15, probably at her best in Taif, really, but travelled like a really good thing. I think when finishing third on penultimate starts, in fact, sorry, on third on the start 3 starts ago, she just travelled into the race like such a good thing in much better company than this. I'm convinced that surely if she can do the same against this level of opposition, she will be hard to beat. Shout out Own, the 11 as well, who will hopefully run his usual very strong race. But they're already loading up nice and quickly here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, race number 6 of 8 on the card today, and we're going for Rakud Al Ansari, taking on Daryl, who likes the 7, Katir Al Khaladia. John Blance, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yes, I love these Arabian races. They certainly give you a bit of a test as a race caller in terms of the names. This is Bisat Al Ri, one of the easier ones to go in. Also moving in is Shibul Gudar into stall number 3. Rakud Al Ansari to come forward as well. 4 horses Hazem Al Burak. The 13 is Turak Al Naif. Down at the 1400 metre start here on the dirt for the purebred Arabians. Race 6 here on the Public Security Department Cup race night. 2 to go. Kazaz. Got loads to find on official ratings. This is Leun Shakir to go in. Waiting for the 17. Jejar Al-Thab. Off. They're racing for the 6th on the night, the first of the purebred Arabian races. Good early speed from Own, the blue jacket, who's towards the rail and about sort of lane 3 or 4 and showing good early pace. Also up with a pace is Hazem Al Burak, the yellow saddle cloth. And we got the orange colours there of Ishan de Bozul. That's your leading trio. Asaf Al Khaladir is rather wide on the course there. The big white face just showing up, and also prominent as well in the white and black colours is Jeja Al Thab, but it's Ishan de Bozul who leads them as they start to make this long sweeping turn to Hazam Al Burak, who's racing in 2nd. Then on the outside, or the inside I should say, Own, who's racing in 3rd. Then after that in 4th position, Muazzez Al Khaladir, who's moving into a nice posse, followed then by Jeja Al Thab, who's racing in 5th, all the way back towards Kazaz, who's at the back of the field and is spotting them all a good 5 or 6 lengths. So they're making the turn for home here now, and it's Ishan de Bozul who's sauntered into a lead of about 5 or 6 lengths to in 2nd position Own, who's boxing on there in the sheepskin noseband. Muazzez Al Khaladir is staying on, now getting going from the back of the field, but with loads to do is Rakud Al Ansari, is really making up tremendous late ground, but surely the bird has flown here. Ishan de Bozul well clear, now being asked 1 or 2 questions from Abdullah Al Saidi in the saddle, responding very well and goes on to score. Ishan de Bozul wins it to in 2nd position Rakud Al Ansari. Own has finished in 3rd. 4th horse Home was the fast finishing Fake. Ishan de Bozul, rated 97, so had a little bit to find with one or two of the better rated runners in the race, but on start 16 has won again, and that was a nice performance, beating Rakud Al Ansari, who was way out of his ground in the early stages, finished like a good one, but was well stuffed, 8.5 lengths in the end. Owen has finished in third, and the fourth also was indeed Fake, another one who's come from a long way off there. One or two have got into the contest on the late side. They were, well, they were sort of in groups as they came round the top turn there. But Ishan Debozul had that really strong turn of pace in the middle section of the race, and in the end it was decisive. Horse number 5 in the hands of Abdullah Al Saidi, the winner, Ishan Debozul.
Yeah, all of a sudden the pack realised that the winner had gone, or the leader had gone and wasn't coming back. Ishandu Bazul, number 5 on the card, a very comfortable winner. Yours got out the pack, Rakud Al Ansari, but it was just too late, really.
Oh yeah, rubbish ride on the runner-up. Not afraid to say that. Look, he may not have won anyway, but you wait and wait and wait and wait and wait, and the horse had just gone. The 5 had gone clear. Gave Rakud Al Ansari no chance of winning. We can watch and talk about that in the full race replay. But the winner was impressive. First proper performance on these shores after showing a fair level of ability in France.
Yeah, fourth run over here. Plenty of winning form, as you say, in France from the back end of 2023 into the summer of last year. 11 got third, by the way. Owned 16 was fourth. Fake, and yeah, some way back was Katir Al Qadir, the favourite, the 7. Well beaten. So look, the first sort of more tricky winner to find, I suppose, so far. Around about a 10-1 chance.
Yeah, I think the difference today for this horse is that he was instantly got pushed forward towards the front. He'd had no kickback in his face, and in France, maybe he'd never had that before, and on his first few starts here, maybe that affected him.
Yeah.
Today out in clear air, you can see Abdullah Al Saidi is completely clean. He was able to run his race, and he's done it very nicely.
And we're going to hear a little bit more about this victory now by rejoining Callum.
I'm fuming, lads. Absolutely fuming. What on earth has happened there with the 15? Unbelievable. Credit to your winner, though. Abdullah Al Saidi, he knew what he was doing. Kick early, get these purebred Arabians stretched out like washing line, and they will never catch you. And despite Rakud Al Ansari travelling like the proverbial travelly thing, was unable to be able to catch this horse who had just had flown at the top of the turn. Really nice looker, though, isn't he, the 5 here? This 7-year-old now, still entire, obviously coming from France. And I think what Tom Collins has said in the studio is bang on right. No kickback in the face today. Just allowed to kind of run and breathe in his own air. Has absolutely dominated them here. Really nice looker, well-built individual, and maybe one for next season as well to have some fun with. Look, rated 97 here, and has given a beating to the 111 rating Rakud Al Ansari. I hope the handicapper doesn't go too crazy, because this is a horse who surely is going to thrive on confidence next season, and hopefully will get another decent win in maybe 0 to 100 company, you'd hope, but I think it might be highly unlikely that it'll end up there. The handicapper will be probably quite harsh. But Abdullah Al Saidi is your winning jockey, very talented. Your horse is French, but the second got one of the worst rides we've seen so far.
Bazou then wins, and the jockey taken to the scales, or has taken to the scales, about to make the way back to the weighing room. Abdullah Al Saidi taking our 6th race of the night, and yeah, double-digit returned winner as we have a look back at the closing stages.
Yeah, always up with the speed. Wanted to hang out a little bit, bear out to the right in the latter part of the race. Abdullah using his left knee, you can see there, to counterbalance. But the horse has already got the race wrapped up. Take it from the start, we can talk through a few of the tactical jockeyship.
Very
moments.
wide, the winner, isn't it? 18
Yeah.
coming across the line.
But broke well, and
Yes,
was
it did.
initially in mid-pack, but quickly rushed up to the front. I think that was the difference for the winner. As I say, clear air, taking no kickback, riding off the front end. And I did think they went fast, actually, as we were watching this in running, but maybe they didn't go overly quick because he was able to sustain it. When we're talking about our two, Katir Al Qadir is in a nice spot in 7th or 8th, the grey horse, Red Silks. My pick, Rakud Al Ansari, is just at the bottom of your screen. You can just see the jockey's hat appearing between horses. I have no problem with him at this stage of the race. That's fine. Getting far back is absolutely fine. You can see him there, green and white, towards the bottom, just behind the big white horse, Katir Al Qadir in the red. They're your two favourites. Now, Katir Al Qadir, I presume the jockey on Rakib Al-Ansari was hoping Katir Al-Khaldir would take him into the race, and he kind of does to this point. Now Katir Al-Khaldir is coming under a bit of pressure and behind traffic. Rakib Al-Ansari tips wide, and you can't really see it from the drone shot. But at this stage, the jockey should be asking, because the leader is 4 or 5 lengths clear.
Well, exactly. Time's running out.
Time's running out. You've got to go. Even now, at this stage, Rakib Al-Ansari on the outside in 5th is on the bridle. You've got to go. You've got to go earlier. Okay, in the end, Rakib Al-Ansari does quicken up here and goes into 2nd, and is then not able to bridge the gap. So I'm not saying he would have won, Abdul Al-Khamis, but he should have given her a chance of winning. That's what I'm.
Yeah, and that's what you've been deprived of.
Yeah.
Anybody who's had an interest is the moment where you thought you may have had a chance to see what was there.
We get to see it from this angle brilliantly as well, because this is obviously zoomed in on the jockeys. The leader out in front already got a 3-length lead. Look in the green and white back in 5th. That's Abdullah Al-Khamis. The horses in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th on the rail right now are all under pressure. Abdullah's still not really doing anything on Rakib Al-Ansari out wide. I mean, he's using his hands to briefly.
We're not
shake
talking about
around.
overconfidence, though, are we?
No, not overconfidence. Just a lack of awareness. I think that the leader was gone.
Probably sums it up, doesn't it? Really?
Yeah, and then he asked for effort. She does pick up immediately, but she's never going to bridge that gap. Again, I want to take nothing away from the winner, and I'm not saying that Rakib Al-Ansari would have won. I don't think that's the case at all. But I just don't think she was given the opportunity to win. Meanwhile, Abdullah Al-Saidi, brilliant young apprentice, claims a kilo still, but that won't be for long. He's every bit as good as the pros, and when he gets the big rides, I think he'll have a big say in the Jockey Championship.
Okay, we can actually talk about the Jockey Championship. You've
What a
brought it
link.
up just at the right moment, of course, because we were looking at those scores earlier on, which were ahead of this week. But Tom's done some calculations, and Adele is in front. But how is it standing then?
Yeah, so Adel Al-Faredi is in front by 9. He's on 85 winners. In 2nd is Mohamed Al-Daham on 76 winners, and Camilo Ospina is 3rd on 74 winners. So there's 11 victories separating 1st to 3rd, 9 victories between 1st and 2nd. It kind of looks insurmountable unless Adele picks up a suspension. Talking about suspensions, Camilo Ospina is banned today, which is why he's not riding the White Stable horses, and all of next week. So for Camilo, I think that's job done, title done. He's not got a chance now.
So we've got 2 more races tonight. We've obviously got, in effect, 8 races. I think it's one day with 9 races next week.
Next Thursday.
Earlier.
Yep.
So that will be 25 races next week and possibly 25 the following week, who knows. So just over 50 races left. And to make up a margin of 9 is tough. It's probably asking an awful lot, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very tough.
Yeah.
But Mohamed Al-Daham's given it a great go.
He has.
And Adel Al-Faredi is always the guy to beat.
Yeah. It seems that way, doesn't it? Looks like the title is going to be his again to regain that crown that he's won on numerous occasions in the past. Right, let's show you what we've still got to come this evening. That graphic, if you've been with us, you'll know, is becoming smaller and smaller because we're down to just 2 races. That it's all there is to come. We're heading to the witching hour of midnight local time. We've got a handicap 0 to 80 on the way next, over the 1600 local and imported runners, and then our second and final stake, which is the Public Security Department Cup, over the 16 again at midnight 30. So we get our first look at them in the pre-parade. So if you sat at home going, I've just backed all the favourites tonight, it's been an easy night again, apart from that previous race.
Yeah.
Have a little look at this race then, because this is a test for us all. 7 to 1 the field. I mean, it is as open as they go. Handicap here. What are we? Top rated 80. In fact, there's a whole page and another half a page of horses rated 80. The top 11, Tom, are all rated 80.
These are tough, Darryl. These kind of races are impossible. Look, they're fantastic for the programme. I really want to get that across. Competitive handicaps, brilliant. Great viewing spectacle. Great for these horses to have the opportunity to run in races like this. From a picking the winner and analysis and punditry perspective, tough.
Yeah, I mean, Mal's hit the nail on the head because he says we need one of Callum's big ones now. We do, don't we? We need one of his big, out of the ballpark, double-digit winners. But I don't know. It's putting a lot of pressure on Callum. It's putting a lot of pressure on anybody to ask you to. I mean, let's get some runners and riders with John, and then we will start to try and do what we can to solve this very, very tricky puzzle. John, you can join in if you want.
That's very kind of you, Darren. It'll take me a while to get through all these 80 rated runners. Horse number 1 is a Faisar. That's the mount of Victor Gutierrez, taking the mount with Abdullah Al Fayrouz not riding. Horse number 2 is Mansiata Doro, Salman Al Rashid. The 3 horses, Mahema, one of a clutch of white stable runners in the field. That's the mount of Feras Al Sunaitan. Horse number 4 is a Namin, Rayan Al Tuesh. 5 is Rebel Icon, Mohammed Al Daham. And 6 is Red Kite, the mount of Abdullah Alofi. 7 is So Deuce, Mohammed Al Habib. 8 is Sunset and Vine, Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 9 is Tail Al Khair, Nawaf Al Muriani. 10 is Tireless, Osama Al Sharani. 11 is Wathig, Jose Rodrigo. Horse number 12 is Khaled Alays, Eddie Castro. Number 13 will be Premium Ticket in the hands of Tharbal Timyat. 14 is Wafi Al-Ays, Fawaz Wanas. 15 is Atomic Impact, Abdullah Al-Khradis. 16 is Damis, Mohammed Al-Yami. 17 is Hoot Al-Karain, Fahad Al-Faradi. Horse number 18 is Marmaduke Lemon, that is the mount of Adil Al-Faradi. Horse number 19 is Roban Yemi, Abdullah Al-Hussein. And horse number 20 is taking names Ahmed Al-Zari. The 21, 22, 23 and 24, all the reserves that aren't required. So it's a 0 to 80 handicap over the 1600 metres. We're getting close to the midnight hour here in Riyadh. A man, though, who's always on his game at any time of the day is Callum Helliwell.
Thank you very much, John. Too kind here. Just seeing the girth getting adjusted on the 17 here, which is Hoot Al Karain. You're seeing here, great shots here. We can just see they're doing the double girth. Clearly there was some saddling issues, but tack is being sorted out pretty quickly. And this horse will rejoin in order. I thought this horse was going to be one of the ones I put on my shortlist. A really good-looking, striking individual for connections who often do well. They've already had a winner earlier this week, but we get a glorious look at him here. What an imposing thought we see here with Hoot Al Karain. But let's move back to number 1. So now if it's going to have to do a bit of a run here because the one is on the complete wrong side of the parade ring. But don't worry, we will march our way across and get right back to Jcsa, the one in this contest, and I'll tell you all about this white stable runner. Now I've already sprinting by me to make sure we can find this one. A Fassa, horse number 1. Look, has not been in the greatest of form recently. Start number 25 today, but I did think looked in really good shape here. Walking out with a real powerful set of purpose. Got a little bit of a swing inside, so he's not got the best conformation. Got a big set of feet on him as well, but A Fassa is certainly, I should say she, A Fassa is certainly a nice looking individual. Not carrying any condition, but I would say the white stable's other runner, Maymar, might be even better. Let's go and have a look at number 3. Just coming towards me now with the blinkers on. Really was taken by this big striding Maymar who we're seeing here. Now he's an 8-year-old now, makes start number 42. He's been in absolutely no form of late, but he looks in incredible shape. Really, really well. Marching away in the parade ring too. There is no condition on him whatsoever. He's not carrying any fat on him at all, and if you get a nice close look at his back end, you'll see he's got some dappling on the hindquarters. Clearly in rude health. Let's go to the 4 here. The very flashy Nermeen, always a panic eye catcher Nermeen in the parade ring. We see him every time. He's got the wall eye on, always something to keep an eye on, but that's not going to hold him back today. Only making his 12th career start today, a little less exposed than some of the others in here, and can't be ignored. Walks really, really well. Had the best walk we've seen of all of them in the parade ring so far. Next is Rebel Icon, representing Samar Al-Dahani and Mohammed Al-Daham. This is for Al-Dahani Racing as well, so Samar owns and trains this one. This team teamed up with Jadoon earlier on today, and this is a horse looking for a second win on the spin. I would be very surprised if Tom Collins isn't keen on horse number 5. We're going to drop back just a few now and see a couple more. First one is the 10 Tireless. Of the red stable runners, I think this is the best looking of the group. And now I'm sprinting over to get the shot, and Tireless is coming towards me now. Looks in really good shape here. Start number 9 for this one. He He won 5 starts ago and looks just in really, really good shape. Quite an upright individual. You can just see his front. He's just very, very upright, actually. The closer you get to him, the more upright he seems. But he's very different to the usual red stable runners that you tend to see. Not carrying too much condition, but plenty to like about the way he is marching his way around this parade ring. Needs to find some form, having shown a little bit of a downturn as of late. But in a wildly competitive handicap, he could be upwardly mobile, which would mean he'd have to make your shortlist. Wafig, the 11, is a real imposing type in behind. Look at the size of Wafig. Get this thing over a hurdle. Really, really good looking, strong, strapping type. He's walked out well enough as well. You can see he towers over his groom. Real imposing individual. Has shown no form of late. Was in form earlier, but the last 3 starts have been quite disappointing. You won't miss him though. Stall number 20 for horse number 11. We'll track back just a couple more. We've already had a quick look at Hoot Al Karain when he's getting resaddled, but we'll get a look at him as he walks. Horse number 17 is the next one. In those red blinkers coming towards us now. As you can see, he's a very good mover. Quite a bonny little type here. Just got the tack readjusted. It wasn't a vet check or anything of note, so nothing to be too concerned if you like that one. And finally, we'll look at number 19. Rovaniemi is the last one we'll take a peep at. This looks really well in the coat as well. Just a little bit woolly underneath, but we saw that really well fancied winner in the Almota head colours earlier on in the card look a bit woolly, so I wouldn't hold that against Rovaniemi. Connections have done well so far this weekend. They had Shanko finish a very good second on the turf yesterday, and they'll be hoping this one can go one place better today. Very hard to come up with a paddock pick, but I think the 10, Tireless, is going to be the play for me.
Well, that is Jimmy Jerkin's horse, of course, and Ed Rayfield has been on.
Oh, yeah.
Who says, my pick is the 10, but I'm always biased to the Jimmy Jerkins horses.
Yes.
So good luck, Ed. And yeah, Tireless is sort of bubbling towards the top end of the market internationally at 12 to 1. Actually, it's probably it's no higher than about 10th in the market. Let's show you, though, a couple of runners, one of which is well fancied. This is Rebel Icon, and we'll have a look at this run over the 1600. This was in a handicap. It was a win last time out. Now, when we join them in a second on this VT, you'll see that Rebel Icon is well clear, but you know, it's going to be sort of scrambling home in the closing stage. Just see what you make of this run.
Yeah, he was impressive this day to a point, but then at the end of the race, he's definitely paddling. He's got lots of early speed and draws gate 2 today, so I think similar tactics to this are highly likely to be seen. Mohammed goes straight to the front and tries to dictate. He's a nice horse, Rebel Icon. He's not the most prolific, and he's subsequently been dealt with a rise in the handicap. So I'm a little bit tentative. £12 rise in the handicap, I should add. Not just a little rise, £12. So I think he's beatable.
Yeah, it's a big jump up, isn't it? Now, here is Red Kite. This is going back 3 runs to December. The reason being he's running tough races since, but he is going to finish 3rd on this occasion, holding on to grab that 3rd spot.
This is my pick in the race today,
Okay.
Red Kite. I like him. I think he's got a great chance. The 2 horses who beat him, I think, again, I'm going to have to go with the word think here, is Time Nudged on the outside and Cast in the Sand, maybe? I could be wrong about this one. Hamdi is back in 5th. He's a decent yardstick. Red Kite runs okay, but he's on the rail throughout, and he doesn't want to be on the rail throughout. He's a deep closer that's better suited by coming down the middle of the track, and hopefully Abdullah Al-Alfi, there he is in shot right now, gives him that kind of outside momentum late to pick up a few of these rivals.
Yeah, so that's form from back in December. The market is, well, as we were sort of suggesting earlier, is so open. Rebel Icon 5 at 7 to 1. Marmaduke Lemon is 7, 18. Rovaniemi is on 7 to 1. That's the 19 horse, and 8 to 1. I'll stack of them, too many to list. Bigger prices, the remainder. So I like the races that your Red Kite has been competing in since that VT. Better class races. Obviously finds winning a little tough.
Yeah, so do most of these, though. There isn't.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's fair.
There aren't many prolific horses in here. I suppose the 3 may harm her, but he's gone past that stage of being prolific. He's now quite clearly regressing. I mean, otherwise,
if you're winning about 1 in 6 or 7, you're probably well ahead of the crowd in this kind of race. Yeah,
there really isn't one that's winning often. Who do you like here?
I I'm leaning towards. Well, I had 19 or 4, but probably 4. Nameen.
That's the one I didn't want you to take.
What, number 4?
Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely taking it now. Who actually I think ties in with Rebel Icon on the VT we looked at. Was finishing 3rd on that occasion. I should have flagged that up at the time. But I think 8 is not a bad mark. Sort of been hopping around the 80 mark for a little while. So, well, I mean, I was more for the 19 anyway. The 19 horse is Ravanimi, who doesn't win as many, but is very consistent, but I think is more likely to frame up than probably win. So if you're asking me for a place horse or an each way horse, I'm definitely having the 19. Maybe I'll have 4 to beat 19, but...
I mean, that's optimistic in a 0 to 80 handicap.
Stupid thing to do. No, I mean, it wouldn't, because if you get it right in a race like this,
for sure,
I can get a lot of things wrong.
Well,
subsequently.
I had Nameen, the 4 horse Nameen in 3rd, and I had the 19 Rovaniemi in 4th. But I do think Nameen is the biggest threat, and probably should be favourite actually in this race. Has been quite inconsistent, but equally when she's on a going day, she's pretty good. She's been left on a very workable mark, and yeah, I completely see where you're coming from with the 4. The 19 horse Rovaniemi began his career with David Simcock in the UK and was considered a deep closing turf horse, and has now become a prominent racing dirt horse. So complete tactic switch with Rovaniemi, but it's working. He's been running well recently, hitting the frame. Also, we've talked about this quite a lot so far about handicapper pushing horses up for being beaten. The handicapper dropped this horse £2 for finishing 2nd last time.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
How does that make sense?
Hey, listen, you have to have a handicapper in here, and I'm sure that there would be a reason for that, but sometimes
you very rarely see it, though.
Yeah,
very rarely. But yeah, maybe you think that horse is well handicapped. We obviously both kind of like him to run in the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, what price is 19? Is it some way down?
No, it would have been 8 to 1-ish, I think.
Oh yes, sorry, I need to scroll up a little bit. That's just one of the co-favourites, along with Rebel Icon and Marmaduke Lemon. So, yeah, nothing being given away in terms of price for horse number 19.
The other one that I would like to mention is horse number 14, Wafay Al-Aiz, who the handicapper is slowly relenting on, finally giving him a break, really. Obviously, this race has come up super competitive, so it's not the easiest of spots, but he's been rated a lot higher in the past. He draws well inside. Maybe his form figures aren't overly appealing, but I think he's treated to run an okay race, and he's about 10 to 1. Wafay Al-Aiz. He's not my pick. Red Kite is, but I wouldn't be giving up on the 14 at all.
Yeah, the big four arriving down at the start. If you're quick, you can get your thoughts to us here. Just go to the chat option, of course, on the YouTube programme as we head towards the 7th race of the evening. This first day of March. Well, it's very soon to become the 2nd day of March here, because we are now 5 minutes away from the midnight hour, and we cannot find a clear favourite. It's still 7 to 1 each of 3, but gosh, this is as deep as they come. I wish I had something like a really big price. I could say, let's put this one in and hope it runs well, but I don't know if I have, to be quite honest.
No, I probably couldn't make a big case for anything other than the ones we've already mentioned. I suppose the 13, if Premium Ticket had a better win strike rate, I think you could make a case for him. He's only 1 from 32 though. You couldn't really put much faith in the horse's 1 from 32.
I've got to say, in a race like this, where I'm trying to whittle it down to have, I mean, I've not got a short list, but even to consider a horse's chances, I'm almost at the stage where a 1 from 32 in a race like this, I just have to move on.
Yeah, me too. If you can find one big negative, and 1 from 32 is a big negative, then line through, I think. Look, we could be wrong, but you have to do that in a race like this, don't you? £2 between top and bottom weight.
Okay, so selection-wise, Nameen the 4 will be my pick.
And number 6, Red Kite for me.
Okay, so a 4 and a 6 to add to this one from Callum.
I'll tell you what, lads, you don't want to do your after-show show out here now. It's Baltic. My producer in my ear saying we are so tough. You see that? You see that, ladies and gentlemen? So tough. We're out here freezing. out in these streets. My poor Saudi colleagues, they're not used to these conditions. We're seeing some real true colours on display here. Everyone is very much wrapped up. People hiding behind barriers because the wind has now kicked in. It is worth reminding everyone we are in a desert and the winds are strong and the temperatures are low. So I'll pray for you boys when you come out to join me in a race time. So, but meanwhile, hopefully you'll stay warm with some winners here. And Rebel Icon, clearly very nice type here, the 5. A lovely looking individual, going for a team who are hugely dangerous. I'd love to know the stats for what Sama is operating when he runs his own horses, because they seem to always go very well in his own colours before making the move to other owners who pick them up later on, and they tend to keep them with Sama as well. Tireless is going to be the pick for me. It's pretty much a stab in the dark here. A horse that just caught my eye in the parade ring, gets Osama on board. That takes off 2 kilos. He's just a body wee lad, just a lovely bloke. He's always smiling away, always giving me the thumbs up. Very happy with his victory earlier on today as well in that maiden right at the top of the card. And he will continue his good form, I hope, throughout to next season and into the future. Just seeing one getting trotted up here. That's the 20. Just getting a last minute check on that one. That Taking Names that we're seeing just getting checked over. At one point, a very, very smart individual likes to come from the absolute clouds, Taking Names, and wasn't too disappointing last time out when 4th. I'm almost certain that 4th came in a pretty decent contest as well. So maybe if they go off absolutely flying, Taking Names will be one to keep on the right side of. However, if Taking Names is able to start is the main thing. That's what we're hoping for, Taking Names to jump out the gates. A couple of the others that are worth talking about here. Marmaduke Lemon, I saw there's a little bit of interest for that one in the international market. Some decent little bits of form for that horse too. A win for starts to go 3rd on penultimate start and dropping back in class after a tough ask last time out. It's just a wildly competitive handicap, isn't it? It's a real pin stick of the event. I think if we could run this race 20 times, it'd be hard to find the winner. It's not like, I can't remember what the horse was called, the Naif Wanas's horse in the handicap yesterday, who was a real improving type going the right way. We haven't got one of those in this contest, so we are Bint Mastery, that's the one. Naif Wanas's runner, Bint Mastery, on the upgrade, and we haven't really got a horse like that in today. Keep an eye on the 11, Warfig, who's a big boy, but I'm sticking with Tireless, horse number 10, John Blunt. You're the man doing the commentary. Penultimate race of the evening. It's over to you.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, horse number 20 there, Taking Names, has been dismounted down at the start, obviously being vetted at the moment. The horse has won 3 of its 32 races in all by Arrogate. So, sporting some high-quality bloodlines there, but not doing anything at the moment. Hopefully we'll be going in shortly. The 10 is Tireless, the 5 is Rebel Icon, 2 horses with legitimate chances here. Still waiting for the 19 to come forward as well, Rovan Yemi. But if you're on the 20 here, things aren't looking desperately positive, it would have to be said. But as yet, that horse has not been withdrawn. Rebel Icon and Rovan Yemi waiting patiently. Rebel Icon, who's won 2 of its 13 races in all, comes forward now. Good draw as well, gate 2 for that one. This is Rovan Yemi. Abdullah Al Hussein aboard. 3 wins from 36 starts, so prolific winning, not really this horse's thing. We're still waiting for Taking Names, who's a long way behind them. Looks like we might be going without Taking Names here. Yes, we are. They're off and racing, so they've gone without horse number 20. Good start was made by Tireless, who spears into an early lead there. The sheepskin noseband, the red stable colours, also prominent in the early exchanges. Rebel Icon, who's taken up a good position there, the yellow and black colours in second. Mahemar is in 3rd spot there, followed then in 4th position by Rovan Yemi, who got away quite well as well. Towards the outside, Hoot Al Korain is also up for the pace, as indeed is Sunset and Vine in the blue colours, getting a lovely pocket to run into there down on the rail. field trailing back to the rear of the field, Wafi Al A's, and also towards the back is Damis, and it's a well strung out field as they make their way around the turn out of the back straight, and it's Tireless who's been on the sharp end throughout, battling it out with Rebel Icon and Tireless. Bit of a gap back developing now to Rovaniemi, who races in third. Still eye-catching headway right round the rail up the inside, being made by Sunset and Vine, who's creeping into this very nicely as Rovaniemi's beginning to get ridden along. Mayamar is after that being ridden too. Round the outside, Waffig is getting into this in the pink colours, but a bit to do from there. They level up for the judge. And look at this headway now being made by Red Kite. Red Kite, the green colours, has whooshed into the lead, dives down to the rail, but quickly leads by 2 to 2.5 lengths to its second position, Sunset and Vine. Then Rovaniemi, staying on from the back of the field as well, is Premium Ticket, but as they make their way inside the closing stages, Red Kite is well clear. 7, 8, 9 lengths to the good as they race up towards the line. Red Kite, a very easy winner. From in second, Wafi Alays, who was battling it out with Manciata Doro, 2 horses who came from the clouds there in second and third, but no doubt about that winner, Red Kite. What a tip from Tom Collins. This race looked pretty competitive on paper, but in the end has been won in no uncertain terms by Red Kite and Abdullah Alofi, who, well, went from being 6th or 7th to in front and charging away from them in the twinkling of an eye. Manciata Doros finished in second, 4 lengths down. Wafi Alays was third, and Hoot Al Karain finished in fourth. So Red Kite, in the end, has given them really a bit of a pasting there in that particular race, the penultimate on the card, and has now won 3 from 21. Didn't have the best strike rate going into this son of Glen Eagles, but was far too good for them here, and a spectacular winner for our pundit Tom Collins. Red Kite takes out the penultimate race here this evening.
Well, there it is. That's a very, very important victory for Red Kite. Well, it's an important victory for the tipping competition here because Tom has drawn level. We go 10-10 into the final race. But let's give you the full result. Manciata Doro in second, 2. Wafi Al Ease in third, number 14, 17. Hoot Al Karain in fourth. Thank goodness there was no camera on us during the end of that race, because one of us was on the floor in pieces and the other one was doing laps of the room.
Yes, come on. This is a huge win. A great ride as well. And I know I'm going to say that because I tipped the horse, but I genuinely do think it was a really good ride, and we'll go through it when we watch the full race replay. But yeah, I was confident throughout, to be honest with you, and it's huge, Daryl.
It is huge. It's a double for Abdullah Al Lorfi, and here is Callum with more.
Oh, Tom Collins. Oh, Tom Collins. 0-80 handicap, £2 separating most of the field, turned it into a rouse, and of course Tom picked the winner. Red Kite had absolutely destroyed them here. He's won it very impressively. I mean, it was an absolute bum fight for everyone else finishing in the places. Well done if you've got anyone in the places, because everyone was coming from out the clouds. But Red Kite turned this race on its head in an absolute flash. And Naif Al-Mendil is your winning trainer, and he has guided this horse to victory with Abdullah Al-Orfi in the saddle, who's had quite a good weekend. And yep, well done. Red Kite, who've been running well enough in tougher races, find themselves in a 0-80 handicap, which looked an absolute nightmare on paper and has turned it into a rout. But there's only one man I can throw back to here, Mr. Tom Collins, the most competitive man I know. He doesn't know how to lose, and he's level now with Daryl with one race to go.
Yes, one race to go, and it's a good one as well, isn't it? The Public Security Department Cup, but that was a fine pick from you, and a nice double for the rider, of course. And we showed you the VT, didn't we? We showed the VT, what was it, 3-4 runs back, and then take on much tougher opposition.
Yes, Been facing better horses, been running okay, well treated, I thought, of a mark of 80. It was just whether the race was going to pan out for him, and it really has. As I say, I think this was an A+ ride, and again, when we see it from the start, I'll pinpoint why that's the case. But the horse has managed to do the job very nicely as well. It wasn't a lucky success. He's won by a relatively wide margin in the end for a race of this nature. And yeah, he's just a nice horse. That's 3 from 21 now in his career.
Yeah, the strike rate may have put a few off. It certainly didn't put Tom off. And Red Kite charging home. He came out of stall number 5. Let's have a look at the race from the start.
Yeah, so he's a deep closer, but he's got a very high cruising speed. So the key is to not stop him when he starts making his bold run. He breaks, as anticipated, slowly. He's in the green, 1 off the rail towards the back, and about to grab the rail. Now, this is why it's a good ride. Abdullah Al-Alfi's looking in front of him. There are no jockeys on the rail.
I was going to say, he's got a clear run when he wants, hasn't he?
Yeah, so you have to time the run. You can't make it a bold bid early because you're going to waste a lot of energy. You just sit, hope they don't come across, and then take advantage. Now, they do start to edge over, but unfortunately, he's gone just out of shot at the bottom of the screen, there in the green. Abdullah here just niggles to make sure that gap remains there, gets him up the inside. This is the crucial move. If he got blocked off there, he may not have won. Now Red Kite makes serious ground against the fence, into 7th, about to go into 6th, now 5th, and he's closing quickly. Abdullah Al-Alfi needs to make a decision here. This is the question. Do you stick inside, because Marmaduke Lemon in the red is going backwards? Do you stick inside and hope the gap appears, or do you tip out, and he tips out right at the right time, just as the gap stayed there? Red Kite's full of run, shakes him up a little bit. The horse hangs a touch left under pressure, but Abdullah kind of moves him over there anyway, and from here the race is won. I thought it was a perfect passage through. Maybe it was a bit of luck, but it was also good jockeyship to get him into all the gaps.
Yeah, I mean, those pictures are brilliant for being able to show exactly what happened, and he just gets further and further away. He becomes more and more impressive. Your cheers become much louder. Good battle going on for second. There was a second, believe it or not. I mean, it looks like there was only a winner and nothing else, but we had a good battle for second. You very nearly pulled off the exacta, of course, with Wafi Al-Aiz, who's just going to lose out here in the white cap to Manciata Doro, who is about to come into the picture from just a little bit further back.
Well, the runner-up and the third-place finisher were last and second last turning in.
Goodness.
Manciata Doro is way out on the top of your screen in the white.
Yeah, where's he going?
Super wide.
Yeah.
And actually just in front of him was the eventual third-place finisher, Wafi Al-Aiz, who was making a bid now 3 from the outside in the blue and the white. They're your 2 horses to fill out the places. They've come from, well, I mean, Red Kite's come from out of it, but those 2 have come from way out of it. It's a race where being on the front was not advantageous.
No, absolutely not, but that's a very impressive win given the competitive nature of the race. I suppose the question is, what does the handicapper do with the winner now?
Yeah, well, that is the issue. He's probably going to get £8 to £10, I would guess, and then that would stop him. And we'll have to wait until he gets back down to a mark of 80 again.
Yeah, which may take a little while, I guess, judged on this evidence. But there we go, perfect ride. And I love those pictures to be able to show exactly, as Tom described there, how he was able to do just that. Now, last race coming up, runners and riders in a moment, but let's head back first of all to Cal.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, the fields are in the pre-parade ring ahead of the Public Security Department Cup. Looking at the 20 here, this is Al Mosme, who's just absolutely, Al Mosalema, I should say, get the name right, Callum. One of the more improving horses we've seen here in Saudi Arabia this season, still criminally unexposed, making only the 8th career start, but the rapid improvement for this horse has been hugely impressive. This will be the last run of the season, I imagine, and it might be one run too many, but really worth looking at how this horse goes. Just an absolutely lovely type. I've just been really impressed with everything she's done this season, and hopefully she can continue that improvement here with another big run. She's just been running so well. Let's drop back to a couple of the others here. We'll start with the 2 here, Ajwadi, who's the next one we're going to peep at. This goes for Samar Al-Zahani and Mohammed Al-Daham. They've had a winner already today. Ajwadi looks in great shape. Absolutely fantastic in the pre-parade ring here, really shining up under the lights, well muscled, built low to the ground. Winner 3 starts to go as well. This is an easier contest than what we've seen of late and cannot be ignored. In behind that, you've got a horse like Arabian Pleasure, who's the 4, who's a hugely imposing, eye-catching, deep black individual here. Gorgeous type, really does catch the eye here. Nicolas Bachelard doing the training of this one. Look, isn't the most smooth of movers in behind, as you can see, quite a stiff staccato action in behind, but no doubt one of the better lookers you'll see here in the parade ring. I just wanted to show you 2 more as well. 7 and 8, both 2 completely different types of horses, but 2 horses I've really grown to enjoy during my time here in Saudi Arabia. This is Bon Voyagio, first horse we're looking at here. Has string halt, as you can see in behind, but that hasn't stopped this horse. Arguably a better horse already in Saudi Arabia than what we saw in the UK, when he had pretty decent form in the UK, but with a shock performer on debut in Saudi, and then has been really highly tried since then. Look, it's been a long old season for this horse. This might be one run too many, but these owners are always going to try and milk as much as they can out of their horses when they're running well, and Bon Voyagio is running well. Ignore the string halt, that's not a concern to me. This horse knows how to run when we need to. And finally, in behind we've got Dahi, who is just drop dead gorgeous. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Was a favourite of the old paddock reporter Shamila, and you can see why, because he's absolutely perfect looking individual, really well proportioned when we talk about short back, nice big strong hindquarters as well, and a powerful neck. Kind of hard to find out where this horse really lies in relation to sort of the rankings here in Saudi Arabia, because he is so highly tried, but very often runs more good races than bad. So I hope that this horse can run a big race. He's a lovely looker, he's a great walker, and I know there'll be a lot of people at home cheering on Dahi. But to get the lay of the land and find out all the runners and the riders, there's only one man we can talk to, and that is Mr. John Blance.
The
what it's
Public
worth.
Security Department Cup for horse number 1 is Awal Parno. That's the mount of Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 2 is Ajwadi Mohammed Al-Daham. Horse number 3 is Alman. That's the mount of Adil Al-Faradi. 4 is Arabian Pleasure, Luis Morales. 5 is Ben Hamrash Abdullah Al-Saidi. 6 is Burke Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. Horse number 7 is Buon Viaggio. Yes, here they are. There they are. Gualpardo, Ajwadi, Alman, Arabian Pleasure, Ben Hamrash and Burke. That's your first 6. Buon Viaggio. Where have you gone, Buon Viaggio? Naif Al-Anazi rides that one. Horse number 8 is Dahi. It's the mount of Fahad Al-Faradi. Horse number 9, EJ won the Cup, Rayan Al-Toesh. Number 10 is Electability, Fawaz Wanas. Number 11 is Elzam Blue, Ahmed Al-Azari. Number 12 is Los Andes, as I got a mountain to climb. Yusuf Al-Hussein is aboard. Horse number 13, Man of the Night, Asil Al-Sahani. 14 is New Pursuit, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 15 is a non-runner, See the Casper, Muhammad Al-Yami. 18 is the King's General, so 17 doesn't go either. Wiggy's aboard the King's General. Whack Took is horse number 19 for Eddie Castro. Horse number 20 is Al Mosalema, Tariq Al Mansour. And horse number 21 is Emporio. That is the mount of Ziad Al Jabri. So those are the runners and riders for the 8th and final race. Back to the lads in the studio.
Yeah, the last one is a good one, isn't it? The Public Security Department Cup here. This is 150,000 up for grabs, 50% of course to the winner. It is an open over the 1,600 and the market is pretty open as well. Al-Marm 3 on the card, and also Whack Took the 19 at 100 to 30. 7 to 1 is Ajwadi, number 2 along with Dahi, who is horse 8, and the 9 EJ won the Cup on the same price as well. Now we're going to have a look at the 13 man of the night, who's an 8 to 1 chance, so bubbling under, winning a cup race over the 1,600. This was at the beginning of February, and will get up and pick up the pieces late in the day here.
Yeah, this was a very winnable race. Man of the Night was a short price favourite this day, and rightly so. Consistent horse, runs home powerfully in the straight. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira gave him a great ride this day, just gets up on the wire. He's going to find it a little bit tougher today, but he's in banging form right now, which you can't say about all of these.
So that's an interesting piece of form. This is probably even more interesting. This is the 2-8 Cup from last weekend. Loads of these ran in the race, but it was the 19 Whack Took who finishes best, eventually going to get second here behind Scotland Yard.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good effort behind a horse in Scotland Yard that we know is capable of running in the Saudi Cup at his best. He hadn't shown his best going into the Saudi Cup meeting, which is why he ran in the Two-Weight Cup, which is kind of the consolation race, albeit they don't like it to be called that. Scotland Yard runs away with things. He's a 1:10 performer. Whack Took ran great in second. And if he repeats this, then he should go close, but it is just a week on.
It is a week on, and we've seen how some horses have reacted positively to that and others haven't, although it's worth bearing in mind that there are a lot of horses coming out of that race, including Ajwadi, the 2, and Alman was in the same race, and I think a few others as well. So some may benefit for that run, some may not. Mal says, nice one, TC, impressive winner. Exciting, he says, for the decider for the panel.
Yeah.
Oh, it is so
People
exciting.
do care. People do care.
Yes, yeah. Evening to Sammy as well. Sorry, I missed your selections earlier, Sammy, but thank you very much. You had a selection as well for Sunset and Vine in the previous race. So here's the dilemma here. Well, actually, we'll tell you the dilemma in a moment because we're going to go to Callum first of all because he is all eyes across these runs.
Thanks, guys. Yes, apparently people do care about the tipping challenge. I want to meet those people. Start with horse number 9. EJ won the Cup. I'm a real fan of this horse. He's only run twice in Saudi Arabia. Once in the Custodian of the Holy Mosque, where he ran a stormer for a very long way and finished very tired. Then he went to the Kuwait Cup, where a lot of these ran, and was absolutely nowhere. Now, for me, that would have been a sign to draw stumps, but Connections have decided they want to go one more run in the well, and only 8 days later, they're running him here in this Cup race today. He looks in great shape, I must admit. Clearly, they know how he's been at home, and he's clearly the horse in really rude health, but that last run would have been a big concern for me. But physically, he looked fantastic, but you just have to put a line through what we saw last week, where he ran absolutely no race whatsoever. Let's drop our way back here. We're going to go all the way back to see the Casper, who is the 16 here. Give me a couple of horses that you might not be looking at initially. Right there. Yeah, there you go. That's the one. See the Casper, straight in front. You might not be looking at them at form, but just catching your eye in the parade ring. He's just really, really fit. I mean, he looks like a prime bull. He's a real striking individual. See the Casper, look, needs to find a lot more in form here to have a win here. Mohamed Ali Ami on board really suggests that this horse will have a lot to find today. But I thought the horses that look really well in the parade ring, holding on to a winter coat but not looking woolly, looking really fit and walking out quite well. Looking a little bit off on the near 4, but aside from that, that's pretty positive. He's a nice type and I like him quite a bit here. And finally, let's talk about the horse that ran the best in the Twig. Oh, sorry, actually, we'll start with 18 first. Sorry, I apologise. Let's look at 18. This is the King's General in front of us now. He's going to be the Mount of Wiggy today, and he was a bit of a surprise winner last time, but he duly bolted up. Hasn't been too exposed here in Saudi Arabia. Would be no surprise if he ran a big race here. Would be a big surprise if he could win here, but he certainly deserves his chance. And if he can keep taking further steps forward, he clearly doesn't mind the dirt, and maybe he can get another win on the agenda. Nice type, but again, he wouldn't blow you away in the paddock, but hopefully his form will be something that will attract a few people to the King's General. And then we look at Whack Took here. This is the 19, the horse that you guys have already mentioned. Ran a stormer in the Kuwait Cup to finish in second, and it doesn't look like it's taken a bit out of him, does it? Whack Took looks fantastic here in the prelims. Eddie Castro on board today, and hopefully this horse will be able to go one place better only 8 days later. But guys, if you like the Kuwait Cup form, Whack Took looks very, very nice.
Yes, so positives in the paddock for Whack Took, who did best of those, of course, as we showed you on that VT a few moments ago. Now, here's the dilemma I was about to tell you about, because we kind of both like Whack Took. However, it would be really silly if we were on the same selection to, play out this competition.
I feel like I've solved an issue here.
You solved it?
I feel like we both say we like Whack Took, as we're going to do.
Or we both pick something else.
And we both pick an alternative.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's
and
do
then
that.
Nobody feels as though...
Exactly, that they should have.
I love that. I love that.
Okay.
So, yeah, so selection-wise, we would both be with Whack Took here. However, for the competition, we're both going to pick an alternative horse.
Yeah.
And that one, no one can feel that they're being disadvantaged. So I wonder if our alternative horse is going to be the same. It isn't, is it?
No, it's not.
Mine's going to be the 2.
What's the case for Ajwadi?
So the case for Ajwadi is that this horse has been generally running better company. Was down the field in the Tuat Cup last time, but has got Grade 2 form. Obviously got your top team, Mohammed Aldaham, and also Thema Aldahani as well, teaming in up. But this horse has got Grade 2 form, 98, not too far off the sort of peak mark. 1 or 2 horses in the low 100s. I think just running well enough. Yeah, was behind, obviously, Waktuk last time, but overall balance of form looks fairly strong, and we're talking about a 7-1 third favourite at the moment. So there is the case for horse number 2 as they make their way out onto the racetrack, about to head on down 1,600 metres ahead of them. There's the trophy, of course. This is the Public Security Department Cup, so it's 150,000 SAR up for consideration here over the 1,600 metres. So, okay, I'm taking 2, Tom.
Okay, I will take the 8, Dahi. Lovely looking horse, smart 5-year-old. He's got good form in Cup and Open races. He wasn't beaten far by a horse called Defunded in the UK Cup. Defunded has subsequently run okay, I suppose, in the Saudi Cup itself. He draws well inside, got a chance on the ratings. I'll take Dahi.
Okay, Dahi for Tom, who's got form tying in with 1 or 2 others in a cup race from back in January, etc. 4 wins from 13, rated 98. They're on their way down to the start. 100 to 30 Alman. However, Waktuk is the springer in the market. It's now become 5 to 2 clear favourite. So I guess,
okay.
If it wasn't the last race, if there were more races, we'd both be going, Waktuk, definitely.
Yeah, we would. He's the most logical, isn't he? Out of all of these horses.
Of course.
Unexposed, best form, good draw, nice rider. There's a lot to like about Waktuk.
There's a lot to like about him. 101, 7 runs, 3 wins. Showed you the VT in front of a few of these last week. In the belief that he can reproduce that kind of run, then, he makes plenty of sense. So he is the market pick in the betting. They're just gathering down at the start. I mean, this is a good race, as you'd expect it to be for the prize, the significance of this race, and we've got 4 horses here rated in excess of 100 and plenty rated in the 90s.
Yeah, it is a good race. You can make a case for many, especially some at bigger prices as well. The likes of EJ1, the Cup, and Electability, the 2 US breds, they have very good form in bits and pieces. EJ1, the Cup, won 4 different derbies in the US.
It's amazing.
Subsequently run quite regularly over here. Not quite regularly, but quick turnarounds, which is the negative for him. But he has a lot of ability. Electability also has a lot of ability. He's had a bit of a truncated season, which obviously might have had issues or something. But he was a Group 2 winner in January 2023. So both of those horses are very smart. It's just whether EJ1, the Cup, wants another race after 2 quick-fire ones and whether Electability retains his level of talent. Los Andes, just a consistent performer at the Open level. This is slightly more difficult for him. Ajwadi, you've already given a good mention to. Even the 6, Brook, he's a very talented horse. Now, the draw is the major problem for the 6 horse here, but he's got form claims for sure. And the 7, I feel like I could do this for most. The 7, Buon Viaggio, ran great a couple of starts back, 3 starts back. Last time ran behind Waktuk in the 2-8, but this is a really nice race, Darryl, and it's full of good horses.
It is, and as I was saying earlier, it's one of those races. I mean, we talked about handicap earlier, where you're just having to cross through horses because you've got to reduce your list. But I found this very, very much the same. I was chucking horses out that ordinarily, it's nothing personal. I just, I need to get rid of you because I've got so many here that I want to consider. And listen, it's a great race to finish off tonight, and hopefully the race plays out as well as it should do on paper.
Yeah, hopefully. As you say, it's a wide open race. If Waktuk wins, I think we're both happy with the draw in the competition and say that we both would have had that on 11. Our selections are going to be different from Waktuk. I'm with the 8, Dahi, and you're with?
I'm with Ajwadi, the 2, and here's Callum.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, team, isn't it? Waktuk seemed a very obvious play and looked fantastic in the parade ring as well. So there was an awful lot to like about Waktuk. I'm very intrigued by Al Mosalema as well, thinking she's got every chance. Under a little bit of weight as well, getting a little bit of relief from weight, just the sex allowance. EJ won the cup. I think there's been a theme this weekend of if you run well last week, you run well again. If you didn't run well last week, it's very hard to see them turning that form around. So despite the fact EJ won the cup, looks very well in the prelims, it's not going to be the pick for me. I think I'll go on the Waktuk train. I think I'm happy to go on the Waktuk train at the 19. I thought he looked absolutely spectacular in the parade ring. I'm surprised one of you hasn't picked him. That kind of threw me off a little bit. But Waktuk, I thought, looked really, really well in the parade ring. So hopefully he can run a big race. Just to go through selections one more time. Waktuk, the 19, is the pick for me. Tom likes Dahi. Best of luck with that selection as well. Gorgeous, gorgeous horse. And Daryl, I'm going to need a reminder who Daryl picked in the end because I was so convinced. He'd gone for the 2, Ajwadi. Again, we've all left man of the night. He's looking for the hat-trick alone as well. We're all over the place here with selections. John Blance, call them home.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, really entertaining show this evening. Plenty of winners tipped. Excellent punditry. You might say that I would say that, wouldn't I? But it's been a pleasure, and just to even sit here and call them home in my own small little way. Anyway, they're still circling. They should be going in pretty quickly, though, and we're hoping they're going to go in pretty quickly for this last. We've got quite a few colour clashes here and distinguishing caps to notify of. There's Los Andes in the blue distinguishing cap. Horse number 6 is Burke. Number 13 is Man of the Night in the colours of Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Malek Al Sabah. Horse number 9 is EJ won the cup in the white distinguishing cap. I'm being corrected, ladies and gentlemen. Happens a lot in this game. Brook is how we're pronouncing the 6, or how the producers said we're pronouncing the 6. And it's all very Brian Clough here with our producer. We sit down, we have a chat about it, and then we decide that he was right. They're putting them in. There is Alman about to come forward. EJ won the cup as well. There is Dahi. We have the pink colours of Ben Hamrash, who's about to go in as well. Abdullah Al Saidi. The 16 horse is See the Casper. So here we go. These are experienced horses and experienced loaders. So we should be getting them underway pretty shortly. Over on the far side, going in is New Pursuit in those green colours. Elzarm Blue to make its way in as well. So at the back is Agua Plano. 2 in the same ownership there as well, of Fihan bin Faisal Al Mindil and Sons. The 12 to go in Los Andes. 10 to move forward will be Electability in the first colours there, the white stable, the green cap. Elzarm Blue to come forward, the 2 is Ajwadi. When Adwadi is loaded up, we will have a... Oh, we're backing out now, Alman. There's Ajwadi in the white distinguishing cap. Man of the Night in the same ownership wearing the green. In goes Ajwadi. Alman to come in. 1,600 metres, big field to finish with. Stand by. Away they go. They are racing for the closing contest. Good start by Arabian Pleasure. That one gets into a good early posse, a little bit towards the wide part of the track. Ajwadi's gotten forward as well there in the white cap. Also prominent is Dahi, who goes down towards the rail. Electability is making good early headway as well. Then towards the outside, the aforementioned Arabian Pleasure there in the sheepskin noseband. That's the leading tranche of horses. Also there is the King's General blues rather wide on the track. Then after that, the black and white colours getting a little bit closer towards the outside there of Buon Viaggio. He's going to be very wide on the turn. Field goes all the way back to Elzarm Blue, who's just about the back marker. New Pursuiters also towards the rear of the field as well. It's Agua Plano that's moving forward there in the green colours, the other set of green colours. So they're making the turn here. They'll be swinging for home very shortly. Waktuk it is who's come through and taken up as well, the white and dark blue colours. So it's Waktuk that goes on to, in second position, Electability, who's now being asked a question or two. Arabian Pleasure's been prominent throughout. Round the outside comes the King's General. Then the pink colours of Ben Hamrash, who's not too far away, followed then by Ajwadi, and looping the field is Buon Viaggio. They've levelled up for the judge. Final furlong and a half. The King's General has hit the front. Buon Viaggio now in hot pursuit, followed then by Waktuk in third. Trying to stay on a little bit from the back of the field is Man of the Night, but inside the final furlong they go. The King's General to Buon Viaggio. The King's General by a length of Buon Viaggio, racing up towards the line. The King's General with Wiggy atop has scored. Buon Viaggio's finished in second. The third horse home was Man of the Night, and Alman finished in fourth. There he is, the grand old man of Saudi racing. Wigberto Ramos has scored aboard the King's General.
Well, who else, of course, in the final race on this end of the first week since the Saudi Cup, and well done to Wigberto Ramos and the King's General, who has come through here. We've moved outside to enjoy the very early Sunday morning warmth, of which there is none, Tom. But we've witnessed one of, I think, the most popular jockeys here at Riyadh in Wigberto Ramos. Everybody loves it when Wiggy has a winner.
Yeah, this is 2 on the week for Wiggy. Very good victory for him in a cup race. 75,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner. And this horse was actually bred by the Queen in the UK.
Well, how about that then?
I know. Look at that. 33 to 1 as well.
Goodness me, that's a great way to finish, isn't it? And has gone on to beat the 7 into second place here. That was Bon Vigro, and the 13 horse has got third. Man of the Night, who could have been on the shortlist maybe for one or two of us as well. It was a very good finish, as we expected, and the runners are making their way back in. But Tom, let's look back on one of the highlights of the night, and I think we're all pretty in much agreement as to which race that should be, the Jockey Club Cup.
Yeah, Jardoon, absolutely brilliant today. After winning on the Friday, was fantastic. Jardoon, brilliant performance, 2 consecutive victories now for Tamar Dehani's horse, and I was so impressed with the effort today.
Well, I think we can all reveal it now. I don't think we're envisioned. But Tamar Dehani has come to join us here. And Tom, I know this is a big moment for you. This is your favourite man.
Indeed. It's good to see you. It's good to see you.
And me also. I'm happy to be with you. Really, Jardoon, he do a good race today. He's a sprinter horse for a local breed. He's the best. I'm happy with him. I'm happy for the prince. I think this horse, he will be next year one of the best horses local breed for the sprint race.
Yeah, he's fantastic, isn't he? He's got early speed, tactical speed, and when Mohammed presses the button, instant acceleration.
Yeah, he all the time carry his head until the 2 furlong, and he fly all the time like that. And he do it perfect today.
What do you think his best trip is, 1,200 or 1,400? Do you reckon he could even get a mile?
I think, yeah, he can go the mile, but the 6 and 7 furlong is much better for him.
Yeah, he's a fantastic horse, isn't he, Darren?
He's a fantastic horse, and we were reflecting, weren't we, Callum, with earlier in the week about how well your horses did last week on the big week. You must be very proud of that. Have you got any more little gems for us for the remaining couple of weeks here to come?
I think only the grey horse who progressed too good yesterday, transferred.
Oh, we liked that.
We miss him in the big race in Saudi Arabia. We will see him next year. He's a race sprinter horse, and he progressed too good the last race in the grass. I feel shocked when he ran in the grass. He almost break the Muqtahim time, because Muqtahim, he was the best time in the grass.
Very close, wasn't it? Yeah.
I'm happy to have this horse with Muqtahim, because he's a sprinter. He's a very good horse. But we have a good horses running last week. Mahalli, we miss Mahalhel.
Yeah. What happened to Mahalhel in the Saudi Cup week, in the Saudi Derby?
Really, it's a shame to talk about it. You know, he won before the Saudi Cup 1 month before or 3 weeks before, and he have the ringworm when he won. He had it before he won 2 weeks, and before the race, 3 days, one of a doctor I respect, he came and he said the ringworm is new, coming back again. I said, I respect what he said, but this he have it since 1 month. And he's a favorite horse for the race. I said, and he said, we have to scratch him. I missed the derby because I know if Mahal in the derby, I respect all the horses, but Mahal is more better than Mahalli.
Do you have a target for Mahal Hal yet next season? Obviously, it's a long way away, but he's a very good horse. Do you have any specific races that you'll be targeting with him?
I will go step by step with him because he's a big, huge horse. I will go step by step to run him, in the big race to go to the Saudi Cup. I think he will be a good horse. I'm afraid if he go more than 9 furlong, but I'm happy with him. Since that, maybe he can progress in the 9 furlong too good.
That's a wonderful long-term target, isn't it, Callum?
It really is a wonderful long-term target to have with him. Champion trainer is a perfect target for you, and you have been flying this season, and it must be a real good feeling to be the champion trainer. Basically already got that one, but to have your jockeys do so well as well must be wonderful.
Yeah, I'm happy for my jockey, I'm happy for my stable, also Prince Abdullah, and to say hi for him. They are all, help me to bring this time, the record for Saudi Arabia is 86 winning in the season. And I'm almost, near to them now. I'm 83. Can cross. I have this 2 weeks. I have another 4 winner. That's mean I will be, like what he said. It will be number 1 since maybe 30 years. Yeah. Who bring a winning as a season,
Hugely exciting.
Can we just ask you finally about Ricardo Ferreira? Obviously, he's finished now for the season here, but is he likely to go to Taif, do you think, in the summer?
Yeah, he talked to me. Really, he talked to me. He said, I'm trying hard to finish because he have a contract there with his stable. I respect his stable. He said, I will see. Maybe I can be with you, enjoying from starting Taif. It's good for us to be with a jockey like Ricardo Ferreira. He's a good jockey. We miss him today. But I try hard with him. We'll talk in the summer. I will see him in London. We try. Maybe we'll bring him back with us in the airplane to ride in Taif. Maybe,
if there's a will, there's a way.
There is one thing I'm really thinking about Muqtahem. Muqtahem, no fight until now from Dubai. I want to run him really in the sprint grass. He's a good horse machine in the grass. I'm waiting until now. Nobody contact me. I hope this week they will contact me to finish the blood and everything to go there because he's a real good horse. If I go there with them, he will be a good horse.
Famer, you've been a good friend of this programme all the way through, and we hope to hear more from you in the next couple of weeks, but the clock is going to beat us. Thank you very much for your time this evening, as ever. Thank you to Tom and, of course, to Callum. Tom won our little championship, but we're going to say a very good night to you, and we'll see you back on Thursday. Good night.